What greeted us was not the home that I had left behind. There was no mistaking we had reached Yasulani, and yet it was wholly unlike my memories. The lands of my childhood had changed beyond imagining. To where had I returned? We tread on, the darkened skies above a mirror to my heart, clouded with fear and uncertainty.
How bizarre. This cannot be Yasulani, can it?
I got no answers to that. Let us press on. I was prepared for something strange, but this is like another world. Don't understand. It doesn't make sense. That tower, was it always there? No, definitely not. Nor the wall over there. That material is not something we use in Thrall. It's closer to what we saw at the gate to the Golden City or those mechanical soldiers. Massive structures couldn't have possibly been built in so short a time. But now I'm inclined to assume we've been transported to another location. Or perhaps... Well, speculation will avail us not. We need to learn what we can before we draw conclusions. Let's take a look around then. You know, what the? Anyway, what I was going to say is, in some way this is incredibly weird, while in another this feels incredibly Final Fantasy. Like, one of the things I loved about this game series in general, ever since I was a kid, was basically that when you least expect it, it just basically changes the entire tone of where you thought you were treading. And all of a sudden, the rug is entirely pulled from below you. And looks like a train station, doesn't it? That must be Yasulani Station, where the passengers disembarked. Then perhaps we'll find someone to talk there. Let's go investigate. I do suspect that for a lot of people this is actually not something enjoyable. Like, you thought you were walking into A and all of a sudden you are actually at X and maybe even Z. And that feeling of the rock pull it can be uncomfortable, especially when you're like really deep into a specific type of narrative. I'm pretty sure this is Yasulani Station, but from the state of it, I'd swear it abandoned years ago. I'm not sure what to make of this. We should look around a little bit more. I agree. Building is a rotten husk. It clearly has been many years since anyone lived here. To find a turntable. The thick layers of rust would suggest it hasn't been used in years. Tracks are heavily rusted. It would seem they haven't been tended to for a long time. This is a water tower for trains, isn't it? Yes. Finished poking around, have you? Let's gather everyone then. I want you to take a look at this. One of the mechanical soldiers. Long since broken, apparently. But Isaiah's presence confirmed that this is indeed Soralja's domain we're in. What about the rest of you? You learn anything? So all evidence suggests this is Yassulani Station. Aye, and I have no doubt we're in Yassulani, but I don't understand why these buildings are so run down. They were completed barely a year ago. For new structures to deteriorate and enormous ones to appear in a flash, I really know better. I'd say time flows differently here. Is such a thing even possible? We have encountered this phenomenon before, as it so happened. Though it may be difficult to believe, our world is but one of several. In some respects they are similar to one another, but in others wholly different. We call them reflections. Simply put, the rift between the dimensions causes time to flow at a different pace in each world. While hours pass in one, years may have come and gone in another. But if this is Yassulani, we should still be in the source. The flow of time should be synchronized. I'm not sure I follow all this talk of reflections and dimensions. But if Erenville says this is Yassulani, then it must be. Your village is a little further along, right? Erenville! Oh. Yes, it's a short distance to the northwest. Let's head there then next. Rather than talk theory, it's always better to confirm things firsthand. Oh. May I be of assistance? Still functioning? It doesn't seem to be hostile, at least. Perhaps we can ask it some questions. Can you tell us where we are? Oh, that's weird. Unable to confirm credentials. Please present citizen identification. Unable to confirm credentials. Confirm. Seems it's broken after all. Strange by half. Let's let it be and keep going. It's functional, but Maybe disconnected? Are those lightning rods? Would you accompany me for a moment? There's something I wish to investigate. Weird. Very, very weird. There's definitely a ton of fairies over here. Oh. Kind of inconvenient. I guess that's not where Raha wanted to go. Where is he? Okay. Look there. The lightning appears to be drawn to those pole-shaped structures over yonder. The design suggests there's some manner of lightning rod. Let's go and take a closer look. Huh? Material appears to be the same as that used in the mechanical soldiers and the warships. On closer inspection, it appears to bear fine etching, rather reminiscent of arcane runes. I suspect they're not merely decorative. Would posit it's used to harness lighting as a source of energy. Quite impressive technology. I'll share this observation with Yashtla. For a blessing, the dome doesn't appear to interfere with link pearls. Thanks for accompanying me. Let's head to the village and find the others. So that's... Is this Aramville's village? Fan of anyone. Oh, Aramville. Let's stay vigilant. What in the world? Another one of those.
My home. It's in ruins. But why? What happened here? And where is everyone?
I had a look in a few of the other houses, but they had clearly been abandoned.
Damn it all. None of this makes sense.
Excuse me? Are you looking for someone?
Figure out we saw.
I apologize for giving you a fright. However, I did have reason to keep to the shadows. Sorolja has told me a great deal about you.
Sorolja?
Greetings, and welcome to the realm of Alexandria. I am Sphene, the Queen of Reason.
Queen of Reason?
If you are the Queen of Reason, is there perhaps a...
Yes, if you mean to ask if there is a King of Resolve. Sorolja holds that title, and together do we reign.
What?
Then you are both behind the attack on Tulihiola.
And I doubt you're here to offer us a warm reception.
No, you have it all wrong. I am not come to fight. Sorolja rules alongside me, but that is a matter of expedience. In truth, we are at odds, he and I. It is at considerable risk to myself and my people that I come before you to beg your aid.
Our aid? I'll admit I cannot imagine King Sorolja is keen to share and share alike. But if what you say is true, you're still the Queen.
Indeed. But I was once the sole ruler of Alexandria. Until one day, he appeared, bent on conquest. In my weakness, I feared his power. So I persuaded him to forego violence and strike a bargain. I would remain queen, and he would receive technology that would empower him to achieve even loftier ambitions, along with the knowledge to use it. A gamble, to be sure, but if it might spare my people...
If I may, the dome surrounding these lands was erected but recently. How is it he was able to not only invade, but instate a new system of leadership in a mere matter of days?
I've never heard of your realm. And this place is, or at least was, Yasolani. The house I grew up in is still here. But 3 years ago, that tower and these strange contrivances weren't. Nor was our village in ruins. Where did you come from? And what happened to the people who lived here? You must know!
I realize how confusing this all must be. Truth be told, I don't fully understand it myself. What I can say is that one day, people from your Tuliolol suddenly appeared here in Alexandria. Or perhaps it was we who found ourselves in Tuliolol. Until but recently, we were completely unaware of events taking place beyond the barrier surrounding our realm.
Does this not remind you of the Crystal Tower? How after the 8th Umbral Calamity, we devised a means to transport the Spire across time and space from the source unto the first?
Does.
Granted, this is on a much larger scale, if that is indeed what has happened. Not only the people and structures, but also the surrounding environment. Regardless, the people of Lakeland perceived the arrival of the Crystal Tower much as the Queen describes her own experience. Sudden and inexplicable.
Well then, you appear to have a better grasp of our circumstances than we do. Indeed, more than I dared hope. In which case, A closer examination of the effects of this phenomenon may afford us more insights. Allow me to take you to the outskirts. A number of the Shatona live there as well. Perhaps your acquaintances are among them.
Hold on. If we accept, there's no guarantee we're not walking into a trap.
Smart.
But if we're to defeat Zorolja, we need to understand how he grew so strong. Besides...
You're right.
Queen Sphene, before we go, Your Majesty, I have to ask, did you really have nothing to do with the attack on Tulihyolol?
Noble Wook Lamart, shall we dispense with the formalities? I'll not deny the soldiers and airships that attacked your people are products of Alexandria. But it was Zorolja, not we, who fashioned them into weapons of war and laid siege to Tulihyolol.
So he alone is to blame.
No, I may not have prosecuted this war, but I nevertheless bear responsibility for it.
Perhaps. I know next to nothing about you, let alone what you've been through. So by all means, show us around. I think we'll learn a lot from meeting your people.
Wonderful! If you would follow me.
Isn't it a little bit odd for the queen to be wandering out by herself?
Is that concern or suspicion?
A little bit of both.
If things should take a turn for the worse, might I call upon your aid? I jest, of course, but you do strike me as the most capable here.
Sounds to me like she knows. It is very close to hitting the fan. I think it goes without saying, but we're not going to trust her just like that. Right? Anyway. Any way you look at it, a mysterious girl who appears out of nowhere proclaiming herself to queen is suspicious. Well, having established that we should be wary, we could use more information. So let's head to this place, the outskirts, and see what we can learn. Perhaps about Sphene as well. A relief to see the people here as well, at last. The innovations of Alexandria are nothing short of extraordinary. Those brick buildings, I've seen their like before, though I cannot remember where. Have you ever seen such strange contraptions? I wonder what this one is used for. Most unusual form, but the previous appears normal enough. I trust you have similar farming facilities in Troll? They're completely different from ours. I've got no idea what all those machines do. We settled on this approach after some trial and error. Raleigh have their own methods of farming, which they wanted to continue employing. but the environment makes it challenging. There's too much rain and not enough light. Thankfully, the use of electrope has allowed us to fortify the buildings here as well as provide what nature can. What? Electrope. It's a material we use for myriad devices and applications. A topic for another time, perhaps. If you would follow me, we're nearly to the outskirts. You know what? Let's stop and ask him. This is so confusing. The lamps seem about the correct brightness. Now to check the crops and see if any further adjustments are required. Oh, you have an interest in your farmland? I'll tell you anything you want to know. This is Upes Hollow, an important part of life here in the outskirts. I work alongside Shaloatsi, who runs the place, and we cultivate a variety of vegetables. With the help of electrope technology, we make the most of what the land has to offer and support those who call this place home. They also grow produce inside the keep, but it's not the same as the plants originally from Tural. This farmland is mainly used for cultivating Turali vegetables using traditional methods. Oh, you want to know about me? There's not much to tell, but I am Yopikana. I've always had a fondness for growing things, and I've gotten quite good at cooking various types of produce. I can also tell how fresh vegetables are just by looking at them. It would be more interesting if it wasn't so outright weird. Like, they sound like innovation just randomly happened in the space of like 3 days.
Here we are. Though you'll doubtless find much of what you see in Alexandria strange, the traditional agriculture practiced in this village at least should be familiar.
Queen's Fiend? What business brings her here, I wonder?
The Queen has come!
You look well, Paquine. And Katonye, I see you've already taken to your new position.
When she introduced herself as Queen, I was expecting someone colder. Honestly, she reminds me of you, Namachi.
Me?
It's only natural for a ruler to love her people. And I should like to know them as best I can, even the most trifling details.
The more you come to know them, the more you grow to love them. Who they are and what they've built.
That's it. Beautifully put.
And it would appear that she is well loved in turn.
Your Majesty, You honor us with your presence. And who are these fine people?
Tuliolol's vow of resolve Wuk Lamat and her companions. They come from beyond the barrier, but you needn't worry. They are good people and are to be treated as my honored guests.
The rumors of a link to the outside are true, then. Wuk Lamat is still so young. Oh, where are my manners? I am Popone, a leader of sorts of the people living out here.
Papone? That is a Tonawautanrig to it.
Right you are. I take it you hail from this region as well? Teshpiani, perhaps?
Yes, I do. I don't suppose you know a woman by the name of Kafkiwa?
Kafkiwa? I'm afraid I'm not sure if I've ever met someone with that name.
Mother isn't here. But it's a relief to know at least some of the people of Yasulani are alive and well.
Your mother, you say? Now that you mention it, I do see the resemblance.
I don't know her.
You know my mother?
I do. Yes.
Then tell me, please, where is she?
I cannot say. Not here, but I promise I will in due time.
I have a question, Pepone. Do you recall what happened the day the dome first appeared?
The barrier? Well, I remember fixing a shelf that had collapsed after a terrible earthquake. Then the ground began to tremble. There was a brilliant flash of light, and then... Forgive me, my recollection of it all is rather poor.
You needn't push yourself, Popone. After 30 years, no one could blame you for not remembering.
30 years?
30 years? As in 30 years in the past?
Absurd though it may sound, there is no doubt in my mind the events that led to the joining of our lands occurred 30 years ago. Which is not to say I understand why our perceptions of the intervening time are so radically different. We only just became aware of the discrepancy when Zoralja's military base was completed, and we were at last able to venture beyond the barrier.
I believed you long dead. To have the chance to kill you myself is an unforeseen blessing.
That now makes sense.
30 years. Little wonder Zoralja assumed our father had already passed away.
It's not unlike how time passes differently in the First and the Source. The fluctuating space of the rift between them disrupting temporal equivalence. Perhaps the same holds true here, and time flowed faster within the dome.
This is a more pressing question. Suppose time is passing faster here?
I was able to make contact with Y'shtola not long ago via link pearl, so that shouldn't be cause for concern. And based on the Queen's account, this encampment may have come to serve as a physical bridge between the two planes, after which the dome was forced into the Source's temporal flow.
If we're to be certain of anything, we need more information. Sveen, would it be all right if we had a look around and spoke with the townspeople?
By all means.
Time to see what we can see of Alexandria, then.
And its people. I may yet find familiar faces among the survivors from Yasolani.
Even if I don't understand the half of it, I would learn more of this place before we confront Zorolja.
Perhaps you'd care to see how we make our living. Though we have always prided ourselves on the use of traditional Tonawatan farming methods, the use of electro-fueled technologies has led to countless agricultural innovations.
I would join you as well.
Ma'am, please, you needn't trouble yourself.
It's no trouble at all. And I promise not to cause any manner of distraction.
Reassuring words, or they would be had I not heard them countless times before. Very well, but do be careful.
Of course. I shall proceed with the utmost care. Now then, if you two would follow me, we can begin the tour.
I can't say that I trust her yet, but I trust that her affection for these people is genuine. And that's enough for me.
Electrop has done much to improve the efficiency of their farming, but it hasn't replaced everything. People wanted to preserve their old way of life, and we did not want to force ours upon them. We went to such lengths so that our cultures could coexist, even going so far as to learn our tongue. I'm sure everyone appreciated that. Communication was thankfully not an issue, for the Triali tongue is surprisingly similar to Alexandrian. Of course, there are words and phrases for which there is no equivalent, but those can be taught with minimal effort. So, mutual respect, understanding, and patience, we Alexandrians and Triali have learned a great deal from one another. And I am sure there is much you wish to learn as well, so please, if you have questions, do not hesitate to ask. Rather than bore you with lengthy explanations, let us head back to the farm we passed earlier. UPS Hallow, as it's called. We can speak with one of the farmers there when we arrive. I guess we're off to UPS Hollow. Allow me to introduce you to Mahusa, one of the most experienced farmhands in all of Alexandria. He is well versed in myriad farming techniques. Indeed, the wealth of knowledge he has shared with the other farmers is what has allowed this place to flourish. Prince Fiend, to what do I owe this sudden shower of praise? My apologies for the interruption. I am come with guests from beyond the barrier. They wish to learn more of Alexandria, so I invited them to see how our crops are grown. I do hope that's alright. So the rumors of visitors from the outside were true. What manner of house would we be to deny them a look around? And I gather your majesty also intended to check on things here? You know me too well, Mahusa. I thought to seize this opportunity to see how the farmers fare, and perhaps pepper them with a few questions, though I do so enjoy observing and taking part in the work. It would appear we have her permission, so please walk the grounds to your heart's content. You go on ahead. I'll keep Sphene company. Don't misunderstand, I'm not the suspicious type, but given our positions, it would make sense for us to walk around together, wouldn't you say? A fair point, but be sure not to let me out of your sight. I shall remain under Wuklamat's watchful eye. Pray come find us after you've seen your field and spoken to the other farmhands. Light levels appear to be fine. As for the power source... You wish to know about my job? I tend to the fields mostly, watering the crops, keeping the soil fertile and so on. It admittedly took some time until I fully understood how best to carry out my duties. I also manage the lands we use in the fields. We do our best to keep everything up to code, but should they ever start to malfunction, it's up to me to fix them. The land and sky being what they are, ensuring a rich harvest makes for constant work. But honestly, I enjoy how involved the process is. Although my parents being Alexandrian, I didn't grow up knowing much of anything about farming. Every day is an opportunity to learn and grow. Oh, a familiar face. I gather this is your first time on site then? Well, this here is the storehouse, or rather the entrance. The real storehouse is underground, much more spacious and equipped with a temperature regulation system to keep the harvest from spoiling. Since the entrance is so small, it's much easier to prevent wild beasts from wandering inside, which also makes it a viable facility for breeding and raising livestock. We've even got a few beds down there for emergencies. My parents often complain about how Alexandrian technology and electrope complicate our lives, but it's just a matter of learning how things work. Take my job for instance. I'm presently overseeing the storage of harvested crop. They'll be taken up to the tower for processing, and from there find their way to every dining table in Alexandria. Though work is hard, I'll not deny, but I take great satisfaction in what we do. They're saying you and yours are visitors from beyond the barrier. That true? So it is. Which means we're connected to the outside world again. Not that I have a desire to leave, mind you. I'm quite content with life here in Alexandria. But setting that aside, you're here to observe our work, right? As you can see, I'm in charge of livestock. Here at UPS Hallow, we produce not only fruits and vegetables, but also meat, poultry, and eggs. Tending the animals is an absolute joy, but I have to be careful not to grow attached. It's always a little sad when they're shipped off, but a job is a job. Well, I need to get back to it, but it was nice talking to you. Please give my regards to the Queen. Don't be too hard on yourself. Anyone would have been hard-pressed to deal with such a thing. Oh, welcome back. My apologies for failing to notice your return. I gather you'd have your fill of speaking with the farmers? Then let us return to Mahusa. Well, what are your impressions of the farm? I was amazed that everyone loves their work. Here's observation. Do you not love your own work? Oh, but I jest. It's true that the people of the outskirts seem the most fulfilled. Always they take to their duties with good cheer. What do you think about our little tour, Lamachi? What did you call me? Oh, was that inappropriate? My apologies. I heard the others call you by that name and I thought... No, it's fine. As you said before, we've no need for titles and formalities. As for my thoughts, I was very impressed. The machines could be used to overcome so harsh an environment is amazing. I've never seen anything like it. That feeling is understandable. Indeed, many still find the machinery behind me baffling. It's a system that controls the distribution of water for the fields and livestock. Been acting up lately, though. Acting up, you say? You needn't worry, my queen. It happens fairly often. But simply, it's taking in water that have a strong light in charge. We think some creatures have become charged up with energy and they're releasing it into the river we use as a source. The system will return to normal if the creatures were dealt with, but I'm reluctant to beg it of the army. Uh-oh. You could take care of it if you'd like. That is most gracious of you to offer, but it's much too dangerous. Oh, it's no trouble for the vow resolved to Leoal. Regardless of how the relationship between our nations may develop, if there are people in need, I want to help. Simple as that. And Talke is even stronger than I am. It shouldn't take us long at all. Then very well, I gracefully accept. But please, take all care. It's thought to go even faster if you and I search for lightning charged fiends on our own. Good hunting. Okay. Made it to the river. That was... Wow, that's good. I'm from way earlier than when I usually would, but, you know, special occasion. Ah, you're all right. Good, thank goodness. You really needn't have worried so much. We barely broke a sweat dwelling with defeat. You're gone now. Of course I was worried. You're my dear guests. Thank you. We truly appreciate this. Indeed. With this, we won't have to ask Coralja's machine for help. He's been making a concerted effort to bolster his forces, sparing but a fraction for the people's protection. Thinks nothing of our safety, like Queen's Fiend. But that's enough, Mausa. You have grievances, I will hear them later. But to speak of the king now... No, she's right. It's never being one to look after his people. Anyway, thanks for letting us tour the farm. The folk here are delightful, and it was a pleasure to meet them. You couldn't have favored us with moral uplifting words. My people are my pride and joy. And you never failed to let us know, nor how much you care. Of course, you're my precious family, all of you. You seem a good swordsman, I'll admit. But you'll forgive me if I'm not quite ready to lower my guard for the enemy queen just yet. For you to be called that, I dread to imagine what villainy your majesty has committed. Come now, this is no laughing matter. A ruler is responsible for the welfare of countless lives, and one wrong decision can lead to untold suffering. Failure is unconscionable. Now, I believe we are done with the farm. Let's move on, shall we? Perhaps we should head back to the outskirts. I dare say your friends will also have returned by now. My thanks again for dealing with the fiends. Come and visit us anytime. Ow. Stop my toe. Do you hear that?
What's happening over there?
It's nearly time.
And for what?
I'm glad you could make it.
Are you with us?
Queen's Fiend's come to see you. We're here, Namika. Everything is going to be all right.
Oh, whoa.
What's the matter, dear?
It can't be. That's the bangle I gave to Namika.
You know her?
Of course I know her. She was like a mother to me.
I see. She was always willing to lend a kindly ear to others, but rarely did she ever speak of herself.
Is it really you?
She must have arrived shortly before the barrier manifested. For us, it was perhaps days, but for her...
Namika, it's me! Wuklamat!
I'm afraid her time with us is nearly at an end.
Has she no more soul cells?
She always used hers sparingly, but at her age, it wouldn't make a difference.
Ma'am, the ushers have arrived.
Thank you, Namika, for your many years of friendship. Take comfort in the knowledge that this is not the end. Be not afraid. Your memory will live on, in us.
Living on in memory. The giants share a similar belief.
Wait, where are you taking her?
Worry not. She is being escorted to a medical facility in the tower. There we will ease her burden. I had hoped to make arrangements for her sooner, but she wished to remain here for as long as possible. I could not bring myself to refuse her.
Is there any way I might stay with her for a little while longer? We may not share the same blood, but she was my mother. Please.
Let us give them some time alone.
She didn't speak, but I'm grateful that I could be with her at the end. Thank you.
It's not the end.
Hmm?
Oh, nothing. I was just thinking that we have much to discuss. Where shall we begin?
With what we can be reasonably certain of, perhaps. Between what we have witnessed and the testimony of Alexandria's inhabitants, it's safe to say that two distinct lands have indeed become one. What's more, having met Namika, there is no denying the divergence in the passage of time. Taken together, these phenomena strongly suggest that some manner of cross-rift displacement has occurred. Specifically, the displacement of Alexandria from another reflection to the source.
It does seem the most likely explanation.
What perplexes me, however, is the scale of said displacement. It far exceeds what could conceivably be achieved with a Void Gate, or even with the Crystal Tower. In essence, We are dealing with a localized instance of dimensional compression. The Ascians would no doubt liken it to a rejoining. Which invites the question, how was such a feat accomplished?
I wish that I had an answer for you, but this talk of reflections and dimensions is well beyond my understanding. I can only tell you that we lived peacefully under the barrier's protection for many, many years, until the day that peace was suddenly broken.
If I may clarify, the barrier predates Alexandria's displacement.
By several hundred years, yes. To when the continent we call home was ravaged by a devastating cataclysm. The barrier was erected to isolate us from the surrounding land's innocuous influence.
I see. And it was only later that it was whisked away, along with its contents, by means unknown.
In other words, Sphene's as lost as the rest of us, right? The Alexandrians didn't mean to end up in Tural.
But of course, our next stop ought to be Everkeep. That tower over yonder. Once you have been registered as my guests, you will have access to Solution 9 and its residential district, where you will doubtless gain invaluable insight into Alexandria's state of affairs. Unfortunately, I cannot take you directly to where Zoralja resides.
That you'd let us in it all goes a long way toward proving you're not content to let Zoralja do as he pleases. But we're not talking about a simple difference of opinion here. I've come to avenge my father. And to do so, I intend to take Zoralja's life. Are you willing to stand by and allow Alexandria's king to be slain?
A fair question. Permit me to answer it thus. My people come first. Their welfare is paramount. I will do everything in my power to keep them from harm. It is a ruler's duty. Now, I am off to register you at Everkeep. It may take some time, but you shall find the entrance open to you in due course. Oh, and ere I forget, your mother, Kafkiwa, you might try the Thunder Yards to the east.
The Thunder Yards? Is that where she is?
I'm afraid I can say no more than that. Make for the Thunder Yards, and all will be made clear.
Please let us get that done ASAP.
It's not as if we have other pressing business. Not until we can get into this Everkeep anyway. Thank you for earlier. And for being a friend to Namika these past 30 years. It means a lot to me.
Namika? I'm sorry, but I don't know who you mean.
What? We were just with her. If this is some sort of a joke, it isn't funny.
Oh.
I don't mean to give offense, but I honestly have no idea who you are talking about. I'm sorry.
How can you not know who she is? You're in charge here. She was under your care.
Then in all likelihood, my memories of her have been stored in the cloud. Any person seemingly forgotten without reason is probably there, in the cloud. Oh, I really must be getting back to work. If you'll excuse me.
This whole talk of souls suddenly just got very sinister. What's going on? How could Pipone suddenly forget about Namika? It's as if he never knew her. Could the same thing have happened to others as well, I wonder? There's only one way to find out. Let's make inquiries about Namika in the area. We can reconvene afterwards at the 8th rate. I suspect I already know how they're going to react. Also, this town is amazing. An old woman named Namika? I'm afraid I don't know that person. I'm sorry I couldn't be of help. I do recall caring for someone until recently, and say that it was a woman named Namika? Well, I can't say for certain if it was her. I wouldn't worry. I'm sure she's just been taken up to the cloud. What's that? Do I know an Namika? Never met anyone by that name, and I've worked at the outskirts for a good while now. If you'd spent time here, I would remember. So it was the same for everyone. Not a single person remembers Namika. It's as if the memory of her has been purged from their minds. While such a thing might be done with magic, to alter the memories of so many at once would be a tremendous undertaking. We would have felt a surge of ether corresponding to the Act 2, and I sensed none in that moment. Neither did I, but I did notice something else. Right before Pipone seemingly forgot, the light in the device on his head began to blink. Could there be a connection? Someone also said something about soul cells. Who might we ask about this? If we continued making such inquiries, I expect it would only cause confusion. Indeed, if we can't readily solve the mystery about Namika, perhaps we could search for Hachia instead? Akiwa? I think was her name? Sorry. Kane said to try the Thunder Yards. It should be in this direction. Possible. Huh? Another kind of mechanical soldier? Looks dangerous, we'd better destroy it. Ah! Do we chase? I think it understood our words. It might be worth asking some questions. Ernville? Are you alright? You look like you've seen a ghost. It's nothing, I'm fine. Well, it went off in the direction we're headed in anyway, so let's try to track it down. And the what the heck keeps building. Faster than it looks. I do not see it. I mean, it looked pretty light, so... No sign of it over here. That voice, could it be? Nothing but beers over here. There's a marker. Found it? To the northeast? Then it must be bound for the mines. Come on then. It could well be a trap, so let's not rush in too quickly. I think it's safe to assume it went to the mines. An old coal mine appears to have long been since abandoned, like so many other places. What's in those crates? Could it be turquoise? It went in here? I heard faint voices coming from inside, so it's not alone. But we're still going in, of course. This may be a trap. Be ready for a fight, everyone. I can hear them. Several people up ahead. Can't make out their conversation with the echoing. Let's keep going. Stay on your guard.
What is this?
Aaronville!
A trap?
It really is you!
Huh?
Who?
I just have to get a look at you in the light, and I can still hardly believe my eyes. But it is you, my darling Olympia!
Please don't say that is.
My darling, what now?
Oh, it's so good to see you, my fussy little bun bun. But what are you doing here? What brings you all this way?
Fussy little bun bun?
Why the long face? Aren't you happy to see me after all this time?
I'd know that laugh anywhere. Mother?
Wait. Since when was your mother a weird floating thing?
And what have we here? Say, aren't you Galoo Jaja's kitten? I knew I recognized that adorable fuzzy face. Spear was always so excited whenever you invited him over to play. You remember me, I hope?
No,
I can't say that I do, but you know my father?
Appearances notwithstanding, it would seem this is my mother, Kafkiwa.
I'm sorry?
Oh, but this won't do. Come in! Friends of my LNSP are always welcome.
All I ask is a little forewarning, but no.
Just when I thought I was starting to get a handle on this place, how are things still getting stranger?
travel with the science long enough and it happens, I guess. Aliens have machines that could be controlled remotely. Is she using something similar to communicate with us? At this point, I doubt anything could possibly surprise me. Aaronville's mother is a floating machine. Right, that makes about as much sense as everything else thus far. I can't say I understand what's going on, but at least Kakuya is safe? far as I can tell, this is indeed my mother. I can't think of few people in the world quite so spirited. But as to what happened, we'll need to ask her. Let's hear what she has to say. It's so wonderful to meet you all. And the students of Baldesion. Been a while since I heard that name. Dare I ask the reason for your appearance? Oh, this is just a body that I control remotely. I use this for our operations. Okay, I'm kinda relieved. We are members of a resistance organization, Oblivion we call ourselves, and our goal is to thwart Sorolja's ambition for conquest. As the leader, it's prudent that I remain where I can't be easily found. I see. Whimsical appearances notwithstanding, yours is a serious cause. Right you are. Though, truth be told, Oblivion was founded for an altogether different purpose. And that is? As I expect you've already noticed, everything you see within this dome, the buildings, the people, the very earth beneath our feet, is a fusion of two worlds. Stopping such a fusion was Oblivion's original mission. Then does that mean you know who or what is responsible for it? I'm afraid not. This was a long time ago, and our mission statement has become more of a legend that's passed down to members. By the time we joined, our sole objective was stopping Sorolja. But we failed to do that, and now he's taking his army outside the dome. None of you wear those strange devices on your heads. Does that have something to do with your work? You mean this? It's a regulator, the pinnacle of electro-op technology. And that we don't wear it is indeed related to our operations. What exactly does it do? Allow me to explain. Regulators have two primary functions. The first, as the name suggests, is the regulation of the wearer's reserve of souls. If they die, the regulator expends a soul to bring them back to life. Reserve? You mean people walk around carrying spare souls? They do. Souls are packaged in cells, and they can be used to replenish the life force that is lost due to sudden death, such as accidents. They do nothing for those who die of old age, though. Distribution of soul cells is based on one's work evaluation, to encourage exemplary performance when fulfilling their duties. Souls as a common resource, and payment for services rendered. The voidsent practice of consuming others for their ether comes to mind. And similarly, I expect that the act comes with some risk. Doesn't it dilute your sense of self? That is prevented through memory management, a process in which regulators also play a role. Memory management? Then the reason everyone has forgotten Namika's existence. The regulators are constantly recording the memories of their wearers, so if they should suddenly die, their memories can be refreshed as part of the restoration process. This is also how they preserve one's identity and sense of self. However, the regulators are also triggered when someone else dies. Reason being is that the regulators forcibly extract memories relating to the deceased from anyone wearing one. I want to do such a thing. It's a kindness bestowed upon the people by Everkeep's core system, so that no one has to suffer the pain of loss. So, this is what it's meant by their memories being in the cloud. Indeed, all memories of the deceased are wiped from the minds of the people and archived in the system. It's a frightening function of the regulators, and an integral step in soul cell production. You see, when a person dies of natural causes, their soul is temporarily housed within the regulator. It is then delivered to a facility where memories are separated from the soul. The result is a fresh soul cell, free of impurities, ready for distribution and consumption. Meanwhile, the memories are stored in the core system to be remembered forever. And this is why people are happy here? On its surface, it's similar to the Yakuyu philosophy, but I see nothing noble or comforting in it. Oh, it doesn't seem so terrible to me personally. All comes down to what you're used to, I suppose. Like the barrier encasing Alexandria, the system was created to overcome the calamity that transformed the world hundreds of years ago. Amid the mounting death toll, scientists used Electrope to devise a means to save what lives they could so that the nation could endure. I understand the people of Alexandria did what they believed was best to save their people. I just find it hard to believe that Turali would also accept this way of living. It came as a shock to us as well. In fact, a great many were opposed to it. Which is why the use of regulators was never compulsory. The people have always been free to go without them if they so wish. Sphene didn't strike me as the sort of ruler to impose her will on others. Ah, so you already met? She's the one who suggested we come to the Thunder Yards in the first place. She also said she wants us help us stop Soralja. Awfully kind of her to point you in my direction, and to speak so candidly as well. Whatever her motives, she has given the people a choice. Live with the risk of true death, or the security of the regulator. Everything that lives must someday die. That is the natural order of things. Quite right. But however you feel about them, it would be easier to understand what the regulators are capable of if you saw it for yourself. I know just the person to show you, and as luck would have it, they should be starting work right about now. Who are we going to see exactly? Come with me, and you'll find out. Going. Geode? Like the Pokemon? Where are we going? Oh, so we need to exit, okay. Everyone here? Good. It is the responsibility of the Thundriar's hunters to fell any fiends found wandering the area. We are to meet an acquaintance of mine, Strika, one of these hunters. I'll probably go up there. Oh, yep, there we go. Effective sentry. What do you think is in this box? I'm guessing food. Judging by its name, I take its facilities for gathering and lighting energy. Rika will show you what life can be like wearing a regulator. Given the opportunity, I should very much like to study Strobe on behalf of the students. While I am not blind to the potential benefits of those regulators, the risk inherent in giving another party the power to alter your memories cannot be overstated. Never mind the ethical considerations of using souls in such a fashion. I agree. Tachio? What are you doing here with so many friends? Apologies for the interruption, but I was hoping they might observe you at work. Hunting? I mean, I guess that's fine. Hold on, I assumed they were wearing special regulators like Queen's Fiend's crown, but they aren't wearing anything at all. It's much too dangerous to be here without one. What if they're struck by lightning or attacked by beasts? I can assure you they're all quite capable of looking after themselves. If anything should go amiss, I will take full responsibility. Well, don't say I didn't warn you. Danger aside, there really isn't much to see. Tachio had said you are a hunter, but wouldn't it be easier for those mechanical soldiers to guard this place? It would, if not for the fact that they're weak to lightning. The Thunder Yard being what it is, they've been ordered to steer clear. Some good they are, huh? But these facilities are vital to the upkeeping of Alexandria's infrastructure, so it falls to hunters like me to deal with any fiends. Given the danger, we are well compensated for our work. It's a perfect profession for anyone looking to build up savings. The special selection of souls for hunters isn't terrible either. I brought this lot here to see this danger you speak of, if it's not too much trouble to ask. Ah, of course. In which case, it'd be a shame to waste my efforts on just any old beast. You can all handle yourselves in a fight, right? If you cause a ruckus slaying whatever creatures you see nearby, there's a chance you'll draw out something worthy of a demonstration. I'm not sure I understand, but I suppose we should all each slay what we can. Right? Now what? This one will do nicely. I'll help you. It's fine. I face words. Just watch. I don't like the looks of this. Let us help. Oh, preserve. He needs healing. That was embarrassing. Bastard caught me off guard. Are you mad? Seriously, let us help. I told you not to worry. It will only take a moment. Just like Sriracha. Come on, let's get out of here. That's also a function of the regulator? As the warrior main of the Scions, I feel like saying, she stole my party trick. I think I understand now how Soralja was able to return from the dead and defeat Papa, but I'm not sure what we saw at the end there. As soon as the regulator turned red, it was as though you were possessed. Your movements became beast-like. Tell me you empower yourself with the soul of a beast. I'm reminded of a serpentine soldier we encountered at Vanguard who did the same. Oh, so you've crossed paths with one of the King's elite. Such a form can only be achieved by gorging yourself on souls. We could do the same in theory, but it's incredibly dangerous. Besides, it's not as if they allow hunters to carry that many souls to begin with. Well, I should be getting back to work. Take care. And there you have it. Regulators can be loaded with two kinds of souls. Those of peoples and those of beasts. The souls of people can be used to grant the user preternatural strength. Naturally, they can also be used to ensure no one suffers an untimely death. And what of the souls of beasts? They work much in the same fashion, imbuing you with the strength of a chosen animal. If, for example, you use the soul of a wolf, you would grow more agile and feral, as you saw with Strika. Using several of the same type at once, however, would result in physical changes. Your teeth might become fangs, your nail claws, too many, and you become more beast than man. Changing one's form through the souls of other beings, it becomes more and more reminiscent of Void. Yet, unlike the Void, where the cycle of death and rebirth is simply broken, souls here are forcibly taken before they might reach the ethereal sea. Different means to achieve similar ends. Cycle to which all within the dome are bound. This is wrong. This is all wrong. It is indeed hard to accept, being so far removed from our own beliefs. Perhaps more shocking is that the technology to achieve this was developed hundreds of years ago. The civilizations in the reflections are surprising indeed. Well, we all have our thoughts and souls. For now, the important thing is that we know what powers Soralja has at his disposal. It is one thing to separate corporeal ether from incorporeal ether, but to strip memories from the soul entirely is unprecedented technology. This is no longer only to Leola's concern. With his newfound powers, Soralja has become a real threat to the entire world. Indeed, he has to be stopped no matter the cost. I trust you've gained an insight to the use of souls in Alexandria? It's shocking, I know. I was overwhelmed myself at first. I expect you'll need some time to digest it all, but for now, let's head back to your Earth and Sky. There's something I want to discuss with everyone. Take a moment before we head into the tunnel. I'm sorry for delaying us, but I have some thoughts I need to share. In both technology and values, it's plain there's a wide gulf between Tuliolal and Alexandria. And while Soralja knows everything about us, we hardly know anything about what he's become. Indeed, we haven't even seen what lies within that enormous tower. So here, I'd like to make a proposal. That is, we work with Kachua and her people. We need to learn as much as we can about the enemy. The quickest way would be to join hands with Oblivion. We've only just met them, I know, and we shouldn't be too quick to trust. But the fact remains is that they share our desire to stop Soralja. Spin too claims to be at odds with the King of Resolve. May I ask why you would cooperate with Oblivion instead? Simple, really. Their leader is Renville's mother. Meanwhile, whatever Sphene may feel, she is the ruler of this nation. There's a greater risk in working with her and less reason to take her at her word. A fair point. And knowing Soralja, we must assume that his arrangement with Sphene was not made without some consideration. All I know is that it will be heartening to have allies in the Strange Realm. I think everyone would agree that any help we can get will be welcome. Hold on. There's no guarantee that's actually my mother behind the machine. Without seeing her in the flesh, we can rule out the possibility of a ploy. Turns out to be a trap, we endanger not only ourselves but everyone in Tuliolal. As you say, we have no proof that it's really Kachua, but I make my proposal in full awareness of this. Whether we're going to war or striving for peace, we need to learn as much as we can. Otherwise, we can't hope to do anything meaningful. As it stands, we know too little about this realm. We need to remedy that. We need to study the enemy, and when the time comes, strike down Soralja for good and all. What's more, I trust you, Erenville. You've always had great instincts, honed from your time training under your mother. What if I'm wrong? What if sentiment is clouding my judgment? Haven't we done this before? If it's a trap, then we'll deal with it when it's sprung. That's always the way of it with you. Fine, if you're set on this, then I'll say no more. Then it's settled. Let's head inside and secure ourselves some new allies. Let us poke at the thingy with the face, which I am reliably told is Erenville's mother. Kakuya, there's something I need to tell you and your people. We came here for no other reason than to strike down Soralja. But I thought he was your brother. Do you really mean to kill your own kin? My kin invaded our nation and murdered our people. As Bow of Resolve calls to me to bring him to account. I am prepared to do what I must, and I won't hesitate when the time comes. Like us, you and yours opposed Soralja. In light of this, I propose that we work together to stop him once and for all. I realize that this is sudden, that it's a gamble to trust someone you've only just met. But I would trust in the conviction of anyone who shares my goal. Fight with me, I beg you. As you say, our goals align, and I don't doubt your resolve in the least. If you hadn't proposed working together, I would have done so instead. Truth be told, it's been tough going at it alone. While we've gathered ample intelligence, we don't have the strength to take decisive action. Besides, how could we not trust you? My only son is with you. My fuzzy little bonbon. It's all the reason I need. Then it's decided. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. Thank you, Kakuya. Everyone. Together we'll achieve great things. I'm sure of it. Then let's not waste any time. We've been wondering about Soralja's whereabouts. Is there a palace inside that tower? After a fashion, the king resides on the uppermost level, but while Queen's Fiend has a penchant for going out in public, he seldom shows himself. What's more, his movements are highly classified. Not even his commanders are privy to that information. If anyone knows where he is at any given time, it could only be the Queen. Even if we don't know his whereabouts, Soralja will eventually march on Tullial again. That's when we can go after him. The drawback is we'd have to wait for the invasion to happen. Innocent would be put in harm's way. There's also the possibility that he'll leave everything to his minions and not command the army in person. No. He'll take the field. What makes you so certain? My brother has always yearned to surpass our father. That's why he attacked Tullial. After waiting for 30 years, the first thing he wanted to do was demonstrate his newfound strength. But killing Papa did not satisfy him, so now he's bent on proving himself stronger than me and Kona, who bested him in the right of succession. He's challenged me to strike him down. He wants a duel to show everyone that he's superior to the Dawn Servant, and he won't let his minions deprive him of the pleasure. That's why he hasn't appeared and given you the chance? Surely he's aware of our presence here. At that I can only guess. Perhaps he wants to dazzle us with his wondrous realm. But if he won't deign to appear, then we'll force him to do so. Even as we gather intelligence, we make no move to attack him. We have absolutely no interest in a confrontation. Knowing him, he'll tire of waiting and turn his attention to Kona instead. He'll attack Tullial like he said he would. I see. If you believe this is the best approach, then we have no objections. Any campaign against Tullial requires that Soralja leads his forces through Vanguard. We'll have lookouts to keep an eye out on it day and night. Such a strategy is certainly viable. If we are proceeding with it, though, we should warn those outside. Indeed, they'll need time to prepare the defenses. I should be glad to coordinate our efforts. I'm already in regular contact with Yashla, and we'll make sure to keep our comrades apprised of developments. You can leave Vanguard to us. We'll send word at the first sign of movement. It seems we have a plan. While we wait for Soralja to move, you do well to prepare for battle, and it begins with familiarizing yourselves with the technology that empowers him. To that end, I'll show you to Oblivion's main headquarters. Oh? I thought this place was it. You'll be impressed to know that we're located right inside the tower, in the residential district of Solution 9. Hiding a tree in the forest, as it were. The only question is how to get you through the wood checkpoint. Ah, about that. Spin said she'd make it so that we could enter without issue. Did? Curious. She's not supposed to have such authority over the sentries. If I recall correctly, her words were that she would register us as guests. I see. Perhaps we're in the clear then. When you're ready, come and meet me at the tower entrance. Before you head out, give us a moment to introduce ourselves properly, eh? After all, names are good to know when working together. While Oblivion has operatives all over, we're the main crew here. I'm Geode, the leader of this hideout. And the dependable young twins behind me are Nostalgia and Wayakwe. And Nostalgia. It's a pleasure to meet you. My sister and I were born and raised inside the barrier. We've been with Oblivion for 3 years, and our main duties are surveillance and provision. That explains the resemblance. Wayakwe is a Tonawotan name, unless I'm mistaken? That's right. Our mother is Tuliolan and our father is Alexandrian. They wanted to honor both cultures. They're beautiful names. Thank you. Though I have no memories of my mother, I like to think I carry a part of her with me. So, what made you decide to join Oblivion? We wanted to avenge our father. Ambrose was his name, and years ago he was taken away after a scuffle with a soldier or a disagreement. It was a minor incident, so at first we clung to the hope that he'd be released. But when months went by with no word from or about him, we made the decision to remove our regulators. We'd already lost the memories of our mother. We didn't want to lose those of our father as well. They've all forgotten about him now. Everyone who had known him. The bastard! And here he thinks nothing of his own people. Sometime later, we were approached by a member of Oblivion. Hoping to get justice for our father, we joined the Order. Sorry, I didn't mean to darken the mood. No, I appreciate you sharing this. Together, we'll avenge your father. Thank you. Something tells me you have what it takes. Introduce yourself, too. Go on. Pretty much the same story for me. And while mine is a Tonawotan name, I haven't the faintest how things are outside the barrier. My dream to go and see it with my own eyes. Our mother's homeland. Once peace is restored, you must come and visit. The wilds are beautiful, the food delicious, and everyone's so nice. You'll love it. And that's us here. You'll meet others in the back room, that's our headquarters. Some of them are a little eccentric, but they have good hearts. Leneshpia. One thing. It isn't exactly my place to say this, but thank you for seeking out Kakia. Talks about you so much, it's clear how important you are to her. That's all. Be good to your mother while you still can, eh? Well, we'll let you go now. Feel free to use this hideout as you like. Meanwhile, in Everkeep.
You've been consulting with Wook Lamont. No matter. I do not know what you are scheming, but when your realm lay on the brink, you were powerless. You had no choice but to turn to me. Whatever sentiment you may feel for her, it is my power you require. Is it not?
Perhaps. And yet, knowing the love that Wook Lamont bears for her people, how she regards them all as kin, I cannot help but wish to spare her the same pain I have suffered. What's more, her friends possess new knowledge. Were we to work together, we might find another path. I know you're loath to consider it, but is there no hope for peace with Tuliolo? What we've already done may be unforgivable, but it needn't continue. You needn't kill your brother and sister.
I slew my only flesh and blood. Yet you attempt to sway me with an appeal to family. The memory of my father's final moments still fills me with disappointment. Age came for him before I did. For long years, I sought to prove the miracle. And weak as he was, defeating him achieved nothing. To kill them is my only recourse. Wook Lamont and Kona, who bested him as he was in his prime.
They are still your siblings, even if not by blood. That such bonds should mean so little to you.
I am bound to no one. Serve none save myself. I made that clear when first you spoke to me in the Golden City. Remember, I can easily kill your beloved family. If you would protect them, cast aside any foolish notions. Your wisdom and abilities are valuable insofar as our goals align. So think well before you act, Queen of Reason. Wook Lamont, if you are Father's worthy successor, then you will find your way to me. But should you fall short, I will lay waste to Tuliolal.
What now?
Right. Kakua is waiting. Let's head to the tower. That has a distinctive inside of the Death Star kind of feel to me. There you are. If Queen's Fiend has registered you as guest, you should be able to march right in. And if she hasn't, then you may have a swarm of Sorolja's minions to deal with. Nothing for it but to see if his fiend has betrayed us, huh? Thank you for your diligent service, friends. My companions and I would like to pass Bizonkai. Outrunner guide unit identified. Registration number verified. 6 accompanying civilians identified. Verifying credentials. Credentials verified. Welcome, guests of Queen's Fiend. What a relief. There you have it. It seems the Queen was true to her word. Follow me, everyone. Solution 9 awaits.
Everkeep, a tower of electrope piercing a perpetual shroud of storm clouds. Occupying the 9th level of this 12-tiered structure is a residential district called Solution 9. In so naming their home, what hopes did its founders harbor for it? And did it prove the answer they sought?
Spectacular, isn't it? There are more districts throughout the tower, including industrial ones, but Solution 9 is the largest.
Just being here makes my head spin.
Perfectly natural reaction. A city of shimmering electrope, replete with strange technologies that cater to every conceivable need. We never dreamed the life back home in Tuliolo. Now, while I go and explain the situation to those in the back room, why not take a moment to explore? I believe lived experiences are far more educational than dry explanations. And you want to know more about Sphene and Zoralja's dominion, do you not?
You had me at Explorer.
I had a feeling you'd be keen.
Just to confirm, while we have been allowed inside, are we also permitted to roam?
Absolutely. As Sphene's registered guest, you'll find you're exempt from the sentry scrutiny. Ah, the elevator to the uppermost level. I wouldn't go near that. But other areas should be fine provided you act like you belong.
All right then, we'll show ourselves around.
Yes. Familiarizing ourselves with the technology here will help us prepare for the battles to come.
Try not to enjoy yourselves too much, or you're liable to attract attention.
Once you've explored to your satisfaction, come to the entrance to True View in the eastern sector. The way from there is a little complicated, so I'll send someone to guide you.
Understood. We'll see you later.
I shall speak with the residents. Perhaps one of them will recognize the earring.
What's with this place? How can this all be the inside of a tower?
So, what aren't you telling me? Where are you?
That I can't reveal yet. Precautions, you understand. Just know that I'm safe. But come, tell me about your adventurer friend. You seem to have a great deal of faith in her. You must have been through a lot together.
Lady, you have no idea.
You might say that. For instance, we found the entrance to the Golden City.
Wait, what? You did? Gosh, Pierre, why didn't you mention this sooner?
You want to explore together? It's not that I'm scared or anything. Everything is just so different from home is all.
Towers inside a tower. I see it, but still can't believe it. For now, I say we proceed straight ahead. If we feel like we're getting lost, we can always turn around and go back the way we came. Excuse me, 1 second. Welcome to Solution 9. Can I interest you in a packet of angel snacks? They're all the rage at the moment. I don't know if I can attune to shards. Oh, you can attune to the shards before doing the big boy. Currently experiencing a little bit of... Actually, you know what? No, I have been experiencing what the fuckness for hours at this point. I did know Solution 9 was coming at some point. I did know there was a point where this expansion decidedly veered off the expected path, but this kind of went the 9 yards. Also, why is this cigarette so big? What? Umbrella seat, oh. Ugh, a crossroads already? This is too much. I have no idea where I should go. Right, I've made up my mind. Let's head to that building there. My randomest of random thoughts is... I want fish here?
Ah! There you are! Lamati!
Sphene!
I was worried you might have had trouble at the checkpoint, but I see everything went according to plan.
Well, that's thanks to you.
Now, I know you've scarcely arrived, but I have a request to make of you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, a request, you said?
Yes, an important one. I'll say it plain. I want you to make peace with Zeralja.
What? I thought you said you weren't on his side.
Besides, it's not Wuklamet that doesn't want peace. It's Zeralja.
We have come no closer to seeing eye to eye, nor do I condone his methods. Be that as it may, I don't want you to fight him. I don't want you to regret a decision made in anger and haste. Unequipped with regulators as you are, the risk is too great.
I appreciate your concern, but you ask the impossible. Zeralja murdered our father. His minions slaughtered our countrymen. He will never renounce his war. As vow of resolve, it falls to me to stop him. I know you love your people too, and so you must understand how I feel. Why I cannot, will not back down.
I do understand. All too well. Let me say only this then. Zeralja will use any means to win. If you would protect your people, return to them at once and prepare. Prepare as best you can. It may ring hollow coming from the queen of an enemy nation. But unlike me, you still have the power to determine your own fate.
You really are a curious one. Look, you needn't worry for us. We have dependable comrades holding the fort in Tulihyolal. They'll keep everyone safe, so we can devote our attention to affairs here.
Please.
Be there alongside her.
So you have comrades on whom you can rely. I envy you.
You know, we'd like to learn more about you.
About me?
To be frank, we're still not sure whether or not you're trustworthy. So, if you have a moment, would you show us around the district? That way, we can get to know you better.
You're asking me, the Queen, to show you around? I jest. I'm flattered that you've taken an interest in me. Very well. I shall be your guide. You're my guests, after all, and teaching you about my realm would be a pleasure in and of itself. If you like, I can introduce you to my citizens, too. I consider them family, as you do yours.
By all means, we're in your capable hands.
That you are. This will be an enjoyable and enlightening tour, I promise.
Let's begin then, shall we? I must say, I'm really grateful. This place is so vast and confusing, I didn't even know where to begin. While the district may seem daunting in size and structure, all the key facilities are situated near ley nodes, what you call etherites. Remember this and you won't lose your way. Now then, seeing as it is right here, I will show you the Nexus arcade first. Please follow me. This complex is home to all manners of shops, from food and daily necessities to technological conveniences. You can find most everything here. Every keep's interior is vast, as you've observed. This arcade makes it possible for people to acquire what they need in one centralized location. Amazing! How do you get to the upper levels? I don't see stairs. Do you see the glowing pattern over yonder? That is an automatic conveyor. Such contraptions are found throughout Everkeep, allowing us to swiftly move between faraway places. That will spare us some walking. Are they also made from that strange metal? Like, what's it? Yes, the conveyors are powered by electrode. As a matter of fact, the ore is integrated into just about everything in Everkeep, even the floors and walls. By etching arcane circuits upon it, the electrode can be used to convert lighting energy to those of other elements. In so doing, we can achieve various effects. For instance, a conversion to wind produces flotation, which is required for the propulsion of our flying vehicles. A conversion to fire, meanwhile, produces light and heat, and it is employed in devices such as street lamps and heaters. There are even some self-heating cups that keep your drink warm. Can you make a drink cold if you convert to ice instead? You certainly can. Our vending machines do just that. What's more, multiple energies can also be combined to produce some clever effects. For instance, by manipulating the air with wind while projecting light with lightning, it is possible to alter one's appearance. It's almost scary what you can do with electrope. If such a wondrous material existed in our world, I imagine everyone would be fighting over it. Oh. This shop over here, what does it sell? Ah yes, let's go and take a look. I dare say you will find it interesting. This shop sells food. Those are the items on the counter. That's food? Can't imagine what they taste like. I thought you might be surprised. Your countrymen were too in the beginning. Come on, you must sample something. This one and I will purchase it. Welcome, friends. How lucky you are for Her Majesty to treat you. The 5 items on display are our most popular. I recommend one of them if this is your first time. Even lower poly grapes? Joking. They literally tell me nothing about what's inside. Let's do the bar. In on the perfect meal bar, are you? All the nutrients your body needs packed into a single foodstuff. The flavor is formulated to never taste dull, and one bar will satisfy you for a whole day. Many folks prefer this to take in multiple meals. Alright, let's see the description. The synthetic fruit pellets, they're our best approximation of the taste and texture of grape. I've never tried the real fruit, so I can say how faithful they are, but there's no denying their popularity. I told you there were lower poly grapes. Ah, the revivifying tonic. I take it you're thirsty. The flavor is a sublime blend of sweet and salty, and it stays fresh for over 10 years thanks to the special container. Ah yes, the salad paste. This is a sign for those who are concerned with their figure. With its blend of 9 varieties of vegetables, it will help your efforts to slim down. Fashion models swear by it, and youths can't get enough of the stuff either. This here is cultivated steak. Not quite the same as the real thing they produce in the outskirts, but it's a sight more affordable. This particular product is known as Gold Label, and it's a delicious hybrid of beef and chicken grown at the plant on the 4th level. Why would you mix beef and chicken? Okay, I've decided on the granola bar. Well, they're all very tempting. I'm gonna have the steak. I'm absolutely starving. For your custom. In Her Majesty's treat, it's bound to taste all the better. Say, would you mind sampling your selections here and now? It's been a long time since we had newcomers, and I love to see your reactions. This is a great chance to learn about Alexandria culture, Talke. Let's dig in. I gotta say, I'm not especially enthusiastic about any of it. Alright, here I go. Following Uklamat's lead, you sample your selection. Amazing! I've never had any meat like this before. It's tender like chicken, but flavorsome like raw neck, and the spices give it just the right amount of kick. I could eat this every day. Don't mind them, they're just happy to see your honest reaction. How about you? It's Interesting. It's always such a pleasure. My thanks for humoring me. This does take me back. Though it was chaotic when the people of Tuliyola first arrived, we endeavored to learn about one another and embraced our difference. Ah, right. What about you, Sphine? Aren't you having something to eat too? I appreciate the thought, but I'm fine for now, thank you. Alright, but what's your favorite food, if you don't mind me asking? My favorite food? Why do you wish to know this? They want to get to know you better. Why else? The more you know someone, the more you grow fond of them. That's what my old man believed, and my experiences have led me to believe the same. My favorite food. Is it such a difficult question? I'm sorry, it's just... when I think of those who labor to bring us the food, I find I can settle on one thing. I thought I was indecisive, but you're something else. Indecisive? Perhaps I am, but you need not laugh about it. I don't know about you, but I'm satisfied. Let's keep moving. Very well. Next, I was thinking of showing you the residential sector, but it's in part so I can tell to personal matters. It's a visitation to be precise, and I believe it will be educational for you as well. The two of you mind accompanying me? Not at all. Wonderful. Let me know when you have seen enough here and we'll make our way. Ready? Then let's head to the residential sector. It lies to the southwest. As we walk, I would be glad to tell you about any places of interest that we come upon. Funny how even this looks better than the Cybertruck. I feel like there's at least 7 different video games, all set in different futures or utopias or whatever, or dystopias that you could call, that they drew from for inspiration here. This is Mosaic, a cafe. Here you can buy drinks to enjoy while you relax. I see. In Tuliolal there is a similar establishment called Shvaliatier. That's Sicil in the local tongue. Is there a story behind the name Mosaic? There is. In our continent, the races are called for stones. There's a hewn, who resembles some Tonawata, the tall and graceful Eldite, and the diminutive and affable Milalla. When they all gather here, they appear as a mosaic of colors. Thus did the founder choose to name the cafe. That's nice. If they serve tacos here, it'd be perfect. Those? A traditional triole dish, one of my favorite foods. I must try it one day. Oh, yes, definitely. We'll make it happen once we restore peace to the Yolal. Right, let's continue on. And here we are. These buildings are where our citizens live. They're massive. Each one is bigger than the palace. They have to be for just about how all Alexandrians have apartments here. Unless you're wondering, I'm here to visit some people. Their apartment is in the building on the left here at Residential Radius 914. Residential Radius? That's right. Come, the door opens automatically. This is the lobby, a common area for residents. I see, and what does the machine there do? Ah, the concierge. They look after the residents. If you require assistance or have questions, they would be glad to assist. Is that so? I have no shortage of questions, but I'll direct them at you for now. By all means, you may consider me your personal concierge. Hey Sven, can anyone live in this place? Naturally. In fact, many of your countrymen make their homes here. No matter your origin or race, occupation or regulatory usage, all Alexandrian citizens are eligible for an apartment. This includes those of you met who work in the outskirts. Taken care of everyone for 30 years. I'm truly grateful. This is the place. Mother and son live here. Hello, Isadora. Your Majesty, you came. I have friends with me today, is that alright? Of course, friend of the Queen are friends of ours. Please make yourselves at home. How has Milo's been? There's been no change, but the symptoms are thankfully mild today. Oh, Milos, have you missed me? My son was born with Levin sickness, a severe etheric imbalance towards lighting. As a result, he suffers from paralysis, cannot walk, and struggles to speak. For a blessing, he still has his hearing, and even on bad days he can communicate with his eyes. I see. Jane visits often, does she? He does. Milo simply adores her. He sometimes even manages to smile while she's here. Out of yourself, Isadora. How are you holding up? Don't worry about me, Your Majesty. You always make time for us, and we have everything we need. I'm glad to hear that, but you mustn't strain yourself, understood? There is nothing you can do for him? Perhaps a treatment with souls, or...? Unfortunately, no. While souls can revive those who have met with an accident, they cannot reverse the effects of old age and illness. Truth be told, many children are born like Milos. This illness has existed for generations, but we've been unable to find the cure. The cause is quite clear, though. Excess lighting in the environment. It's no coincidence that the number of cases has risen dramatically these past 30 years. It's all my fault. What was that? I'm sorry, Isadora, but I must be going. I promise to make a proper visit next time, with treats to share. There's no need to apologize, Your Majesty. If it weren't for you, Milos and I wouldn't still be here. Thank you, Prince Finn. It's my pleasure, Milos. I'll be back soon, so be a good boy. For your mother and for me. My thanks for accompanying me to the visit. The illness is a part of life in Alexandria, and I thought you should know about it. We'll find the cure one day, mark my words. We'll make it so unfortunate children like Milo smile again. Well, let's continue the tour, shall we? Look, you obviously have duties to attend to, citizens to look after. You can stop here if you'd like. No, I do this because I want to, so please do not worry. Next, I'll show you one of the district's most vital facilities, a place called Resolution. To reach it, we need to go by way of Lane Node 9, where the Aetherite is situated. Right? Conveyor ahead will transport you to the government sector, where a solution is located. The markings on the conveyor indicate its direction. And there is a pair just like it on the other side. Safe? Extremely. There's no need to be afraid. Who said I was afraid? Come on, Take. That's kind of a cute animation, I like it. Practice park. And here we are, Resolution, the operational heart of Solution 9. From Resolution, we oversee the running of the district and provide essential services to citizens such as welfare support and job introductions. It's quicker to show than tell, so let's proceed inside.
Strange contraptions everywhere you look. What's that?
An infusion station. It dispenses souls in exchange for credits. Through hard work, citizens can obtain the peace of mind provided by spare souls. It's the way of life for Alexandrians and has been for quite some time. But I imagine it must be difficult for outsiders to comprehend.
That's putting it lightly. To be honest, it sounds disturbing. Still, I won't dismiss it out of hand. Practices like these don't arise from nothing. There's a reason why your culture is the way it is, and I'd like to understand. Won't you tell us some of your realm's history?
Knowledge comes appreciation.
Very well. Be warned, though, that it may take a while. In the distant past, over 1,000 years ago, it's said, lightning energy began to swell in our world. According to ancient records that date back around 8 centuries, the rainy season spanned a quarter of the year, during which time severe thunderstorms ravaged the land. 4 centuries later, this season had lengthened to nearly half the year. The trend continued, with our ancestors spending longer and longer languishing beneath storm clouds. Crops failed and livestock starved. But amidst this growing desperation, a miraculous material was discovered that promised salvation: electrope.
The stuff that's used everywhere here.
Indeed. One day, when out inspecting a forest after lightning had caused a fire, a villager came upon a curious black ore none had seen before. Testing revealed that the ore possessed a singular property. It could store lightning and convert it to other energies. In that instant, the scourge of endless storms became a blessing. Dubbed electrope, the ore found use in myriad inventions and dramatically improved people's lives. So much so, in fact, that all nations soon became dependent upon it, despite the difficulty of obtaining it in quantity. Supply was chronically scarce, and when nations couldn't meet their needs with their own deposits, some resorted to taking electrope from others. Fighting was isolated and sporadic until electrope came to be used in warfare. First in the weaponry of invaders, then in the countermeasures of defenders, and then in every aspect of combat where an advantage might be had. This served only to exacerbate the ore shortage, leading to further escalation. Before long, the entire world was engulfed in a terrible war known as the Storm Surge. As the war came to a head, Alexandria's neighbor, Lindblum, committed its stores of electrope to the production of a weapon of mass destruction. They deployed it on the front lines and triggered a calamity of frightful magnitude. Not even their own scientists had anticipated the force of the lightning that was unleashed. The energy inundated the entire continent, laying it to waste.
So that's how your world came to be this way.
Awful, not like a normal calamity.
You truly know a great many things that I don't. I should like to learn about you too sometime. But to continue the tale, the people of Alexandria had already lost much to the war. They lost almost everything else to the Levin. Those who survived bore deep scars, tormented by the memory of loved ones taken too soon. Though they yet lived, the cruel spectre of death was with them always. Seeking a solution, our scientists turned once more to Electrope, and after extensive research, they developed the means to preserve memory and soul. Physical death isn't the end. So long as our memories endure, we may live on. This belief sustained us then, and it sustains us now, granting us comfort.
That's quite a tale.
Your Majesty, help me! I beg you, help me!
What's the matter?
I've got no souls left. Not a single one! But the lot at Soul Supply refused to give me any! Please, you must do something!
My apologies, Your Majesty. This man, he does no work. Instead, he drinks his days away on Trueview. He has only himself to blame if he has no credits for souls.
That's not true! I'm a fighter at the Arcadian. Or rather, I was. I haven't been allowed to fight because of the King's decree. It isn't my choice.
I see. You're a brave warrior of the arena. I want to help you, I sincerely do. But I cannot give you preferential treatment.
Then open up the Arcadian again, so I can fight!
I'm sorry, but that's not my decision to make. The king requires feral souls for war. He doesn't wish for them to be expended on amusements.
You're useless! A queen in naught but name!
Insolent wretch! How dare you take that tone with Her Majesty?
It's quite all right. Such things don't bother me, nor do I think ill of this man. Hear me. Though I cannot grant you a soul, I mean it when I say I want you to live. I love all of you equally, dearly. You are as family to me, and it pains me to see you deny yourself hope. I want you to find a happiness all your own, even if you must grow it from the smallest seed of joy. Out there, somewhere, is a reason for you to smile again. We all need to vent our frustrations from time to time. I will always be willing to lend an ear.
Yes, Mum. Of course. Even without a spare soul, I suppose I'm fine as long as I stay in Solution 9. I apologize for my rudeness. Good day to you.
Keep your chin up, my friend. And when you feel better, I'm sure you'll find another way to apply your talents.
I'm sorry you had to see that. Let's keep moving, shall we? I believe we've visited all the main facilities. With that, I declare our tour concluded.
That man from before, does that sort of thing happen often?
Somewhat. It's unavoidable. Hardships are a fact of life. Our soul management system has sustained our realm for generations, but it isn't without flaws. For one, people have become accustomed to having spare souls. Without them, they feel vulnerable and anxious. Some claim it may also have contributed to a decline in births.
Just thinking out loud, but would it be possible to do away with the system?
No.
I know it isn't easy to change one's beliefs and way of life. The Mamolja had their reasons for their reliance on blessed siblings, much as you have yours for souls. But if we defeated Zorolja, you'd be able to make all the decisions, right? Then we could work together to fix things, restore your realm to where it belongs, and see where we can go from there.
Listen to me. There's something that I need to tell you.
What is it?
Actually, never mind. It's nothing of import. Well, it was lovely showing you around.
Of course. Of course. Thanks so much for the tour. We've learned not only about your realm, but you as well. For now, our priority is Zorolja. But once we've dealt with him, perhaps I can return the favor and show you to Lihiola.
I'd like that very much.
Not telling me something.
It seems I've no choice but to continue down this path. Forgive me, Vau Wuklamat, but I must disappoint you.
What was Fiend wanting to tell us, I wonder? Well, we can wait for another time. We've been exploring for a while now and we should probably go to Kakuya's meeting point. That'll be back the way we came, I think? Finn genuinely cares for her people. I can respect her for that. And thanks to her tour, I come to better understand the lives of Alexandrians. They don't feel so strange and distant anymore. So, we're supposed to go to a place called Trueview in the eastern sector. This conveyor ought to take us there. You know, once you get used to it, they're actually kind of fun. Come on, Talke. Is this the right place, you think? I don't see the others, though. Well, rather than sitting and waiting, we might as well explore a bit more. Huh? Okay, look over there. Mammoth child? What are they doing here? You noticed too, right? Astrologer. Blue scales of a Bunewa with the features of a Hubigo. This can't be a coincidence. At any rate, it wouldn't do to leave such a small child on their own. Come on, slaughter them. They run this way. This is True View. I'm not sure what I'm looking at, but it does seem lively. That must be the Arcadian. Building's just about the only one that isn't lit up. Not open for business at this moment, I guess? What? I didn't see you there. Listen, we don't mean you any harm. We just want to talk. It's a bit odd, don't you think? Then run off when they approach only to suddenly reappear? Could it be they want to take us somewhere? Is that the way of it? You want us to follow you? So it is. Alright, lead the way. Off he goes. Apparently pretty short legs because I keep catching up to him. Huh? Is this where you wanted to bring us? Looks like a bar. What is this place? If you're meant to relax here, it isn't working for me. Hey, what's your name? So you're still not inclined to talk. He'll only talk if he's completely comfortable with you. You know him? After a fashion, but never mind that. How about something to wet your whistle? Durable as you are, it's on the house. I can recommend their special, Her Majesty. I'll prepare one without liquor for the boy too. I guess I could use a drink. Thanks but no thanks. We are supposed to meet a friend called Kiwa. But we ran into a child on the way and he led us here. Oh, so you're with Kiwa. In that case, go and have a chat with Big Tassosaur. He'll show you to a fun place. I am increasingly concerned about what we've walked into. What about him? I don't think he's in the mood to talk, so he can tend the bar with me. This is taking a turn for the strange, but you don't think we're walking into a trap, do you? Damn if this doesn't have suspicious written all over it. What is this fun place meant to be? Kakiwa there? Well, I suppose there's only one way to find out. This area is normally off limits, but Kakiwa's told us about you. Follow the corridor and head into the room at the end. Go, Take. Whatever happens, you won't catch me being surprised.
Wonderful! They're here!
We've only just arrived ourselves.
Amazing.
I bid you welcome to the back room. Oblivion's humble headquarters.
A hideout tucked behind a drinking hole. Brings back memories, doesn't it?
Our members here are mainly creators and adapters. That is, scientists and engineers who specialize in electro. They use their skills to provide support to our field operatives. Geralt, Shale, be so kind as to give our friends an overview of your duties.
Well, there's provisioning. Gotta have supplies to fight a good fight, ain't ya? Luckily, we got the tools to craft most of what we need.
Gathering intelligence is another vital aspect of our work. Everkeep's core system is a veritable treasure trove of information. You just need to know how to get in and find it. We also handle surveillance and communications, watching the enemy's movements and coordinating our own, that sort of thing.
And among all our activities, we spend a fair bit of effort investigating preservation. the organization credited with laying the foundations of electrope technology. From the soul management system to Everkeep's design, they're behind just about everything you see here. It'd be no exaggeration to say they made this realm what it is. But their magnum opus was without a doubt the power which was used to join Alexandria to Tural. Interdimensional fusion.
Said power isn't unlike my summoning technique and the magic within Azam's crystal. Yet, though the effect is localized, to be able to fuse realities. Even with my knowledge, I struggle to conceive how it could be possible.
Incidentally, the founders of our group, a husband and wife, were members of Preservation at one point. That they opposed the fusing of worlds, and so defected in order to prevent it.
While not entirely unexpected, given what we have seen, this is still quite the revelation.
By the by, that's an interesting earring you have there. A novel way of carrying a data storage device. Oh, you didn't know? Well, as a precautionary measure against machine infiltration, we scan everyone as they enter. And when we scanned you, we detected a small quantity of electrope. Though it's been dressed up, that earring is a storage device and no mistake. Bought it from a shop here, did you?
No, it isn't bought, but inherited.
So these people sent you through the portal along with the earring?
Do you know aught of them?
Listen, Cryo. The husband and wife who founded our order, it's believed that they were Malala. Though we have no evidence at present, we can't rule out the possibility that they were your parents, or perhaps close relations. This I posit because they were the very individuals who spearheaded the research into interdimensional fusion. As traitors to preservation, they were relentlessly pursued. If they had a child they feared they couldn't keep safe, entrusting her to the people of another world might have been their best option.
My parents, the founders of Oblivion. Tell me everything you know about them, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant. Anything and everything.
We don't even know their names, I'm afraid. In a bid to elude Preservation's agents, we suspect they erased all trace of themselves. I'm sorry we couldn't be of more help. If you're interested, though, you're welcome to review our accumulated data.
Yes, please. As an individual and member of my order both, I wish to learn as much as possible.
I should also like to peruse the data. Where the joining of realities is concerned, I may well be of service.
Of course. Feel free to peruse to your heart's content.
Thank you.
If you like, I can examine your earring. I have to say, the prospect that it belonged to our founders has me itching to take a look.
I dare say we have enough eyes to pore over your records. Is there any other way we might be productive?
Not right now. We're still waiting for Zoralja to make the next move.
In that case, Alice, would you mind accompanying me?
Gladly.
Oh, I've buggered it up again!
Never a moment's peace. Pay him no mind. I don't.
Oi! You two there! One of you give me a hand, would you? Don't matter who.
I just remembered I have matters to discuss with Shale.
Ay, ay, ay. Sorry I had to see all my patience spilling over. Happens when you put your heart and soul into your craft, you know? Not to be weird or anything, but I felt a sense of kinship when I saw you. As if we met in another life. Any road. As I was saying, I need someone to lend a hand. I haven't slept for 2 nights now. Not a single wink. And I'm ripe to collapse. Can't afford to though. Got folks relying on me, T. But if I'm to keep at it, I need to fetch my favorite energy tonic. That voucher's good for 2 cans. One for yourself, I will welcome. Can't get the stuff at any old vending machine though. You need to talk to a bloke called Philemon. You'll find him tending a bar out in the main strip. Off you go now. Ay ay ay, the savior of worlds off to get an energy drink. On that note, I will be right back real quick. I need a bio break. Welcome. What are you having? Energy tonics you can get from vending machines? How dare you suggest I sell such dangerous stuff? Away with you! Away with you and don't come back! Got a voucher? Leave it to me then. Nice and subtle. I'm concerned that I have 2. Ah, so you're collecting for Jout. A can for him and a can for you, eh? Oh boy. Here you go. Yours is formulated for beginners. Gentler than the full strength stuff. Not contraband or anything, so you won't run afoul of the authorities, but if the Rodina consortium was made aware of my special selection, be bad for business. Now, seeing it's your first time, I want you to drink your tonic here, just in case there's side effects. What, really? I'm not even thirsty, man. Bearing a curious design upon its can, this energy tonic is apparently formulated for beginners. You drain the tonic in a single pull. And that's not how you do it. Your pulse ought to kick in soon, after which you'll start to see everything more clearly. And then finally you'll feel a roaring surge of energy. People say it's like growing a pair of rainbow wings. Well, you haven't up and carked it, so hurry along and give General his tonic. He tends to leave it at the last moment, and I expect he's about to keel over. That's weird. Just weird, man. Those are some cute designs. Head to the back room. Something like a trip into adventure. That's the stuff. Ain't nothing like it to blow the coppers right out with a great big kaboom. Awakens something feral in me, it does. Transform into a remorseless beast but won't stop till it's done what it was born to do. Any road. Sorry for sending you off on an errand like that. I just can't concentrate without my tonic, you know? And the pile of work only ever gets bigger. Speaking of which, I better get back to it. Those weapons and tools ain't going to enhance themselves.
I've been meaning to ask about that Mamolja child. Could he be...
Yes. In all likelihood, he's Zoralja's son.
So you think so too? But what is he doing here?
He was abandoned, the poor dear. We found him in the Drift Downs a few years ago.
To think he'd cast aside his child.
We can't say for certain who he was born to, or why he was on his own. But he's a blue-scaled Hubigo, and Zoralja is the only other one around. That being the case, everyone assumes they're father and son. Even the boy has put two and two together. This all happened when he was very little, so he has no recollection of his parents. It breaks my heart to think of it.
What's his name?
Gulja. It was my hope that he'd grow up to be a man of principle, like his grandfather.
It's a fine name.
I should mention that the boy is a little unusual. At first, I intended to raise him as my own. But just when I thought he was warming to me, he suddenly disappeared. We searched high and low for several days. And where should he turn up? But in the wilds near Everkeep.
What? It's a miracle he didn't fall prey to fiends.
See? That's another unusual thing. Creatures don't seem to attack him. He could pick his way through the Thunder Yards as if he were on a stroll. On making inquiries, we learned that he had been living alone and receiving food from the people of the outskirts. This became something of a pattern. We track him down and bring him back, only for him to disappear again within a matter of days. He would return to the wilds without fail, and once again rely on the kindness of strangers to survive. Finally, I took the hint and left him be, giving him the solitude he prefers, and lending a hand only when he explicitly asks.
If Gulja is Zoralja's child, that makes him my nephew. Assuming he's willing, I'd be glad to take him in like Papa did for me. But seeing as I'm here to kill his father, I don't know if it would be right.
Who was that?
Oh dear. It's Gulja.
Don't tell me he heard everything.
Yes, was it?
Oh, this is my fault. I asked that he be kept away, but I should have taken more precautions.
I'm going after him. I need to explain.
Wait, Lamachi. I understand your haste, but it'd be best to coordinate a search. Kapkiwa, do you have any idea where he might go?
There's no telling, I'm afraid. He could as easily be outside the tower as here in Solution 9.
If those who can fight would search below, my mother and I will scour the district.
Sounds like a plan. Let's get to it.
Ay. If Gulja is outside the tower, we need to find him as quickly as possible. Even if he's used to getting around on his own, the wilds are still no place for a child. Agreed. While Kryle and Raha continue reviewing the data, three of us should devote ourselves to the search. Alright, let's head to the base of the tower and take it from there. Yeah, or from there. Oh, here we are outside, but where do we even begin? Perhaps someone has caught sight of Guruja. Let's make inquiries nearby. Good idea. Could you handle the outskirts, I'll say? In the meantime, Tolkien and I will head beyond that big wall. Gulja doesn't appear to be in the area. However, you can check the sight of a group of people a short distance to the southwest. What do those people do? Perhaps they've seen something. Come on. Looks like some sort of salvage yard. But that's after Gululja. Gululja isn't here. You know the boy? Have you seen him? Oh. Forgive me, I didn't know you were... No offense taken. My name is Tapu. My eyes may be useless, but my ears are sharper for it. I can recognize people for their footfalls, including Guluja. So, you didn't come this way. Where in the world could he be? I do not know your voices. Who are you to Guluja and why do you serve him? I'm... family. So we're not related by blood, his father is my brother. I've only just met Guluja and we haven't had the chance to talk properly. But I'm about to do something that will make him hate me. And I wanted the chance to explain. Father is your brother? Then that means you're... Yes, I'm Muklamat, vow of resolve. And I've journeyed here to bring my brother Soralja to account for murdering our people and our father. When all is said and done, Guluja may want nothing to do. Nonetheless, I'll always consider him family. I'll always be there for him, and I want him to know that. Here's your part to do what you must. The quiver in your voice tells a tale. Guluja was headed south. There he has a place that is as close to a home as he knows. Find and bear your heart to him. If he in turn bear his heart to you, accept and respect his wishes. As Queen Sphene respected ours when she granted us a place in her realm. I will, don't worry. But what do you mean when you say Sphene respected your wishes? Out of concern for our well-being, Her Majesty had urged us to reside inside of her keep. When we declined, not only did she gracefully accept our decision, she granted us the necessary supplies to make our home here. And since then, she has paid us regular visits to see how we fare. That sounds like Sphene, alright? Thank you for telling me about Gululja. I'll find him and then we'll have a good talk. We continue south, it seems. Let's keep our eyes peeled as we make our way. Holy shit. Town. And half of it is submerged. The architecture looks nothing like what we've seen so far. It's more Arlian. There he is, among the ruins. I only caught a glimpse, but there's no mistaking that tiny silhouette. Let's hurry after him. It'd be a disaster if a building collapsed while he's inside. I only saw him for a moment before he disappeared behind the building, but I'm pretty sure Gululja was heading further south. I'll contact Alice on Link and let her know to join us. This is the area, but the canals and debris make it hard to get a good view. Let's split up and search. If you could head into the canals, I'll make my way through the streets. When we find Gululja, let's watch from a distance until he gets to his destination. Wouldn't want to startle him and cause an accident. Okay. Wait. Okay, left. Why are you running? Oh, okay. First try. Quite literally this time. Yeah, I managed to track a child. Consider me unimpressed. At myself,
He's come
I mean.
a long way on such short legs. It's a relief he didn't get hurt.
What's here, I wonder? So he's looking after those little ones.
Gululja.
Not another step!
What?
A sentry?
Run, Gululja, run!
You know the boy. Who are you? And what do you want?
Okay.
My name is Wuklamat, and I've come to talk to Gululja.
Is that so?
I'm sorry if I scared you. I want to get to know you better. That's all.
And you, my boy, do you wish to speak with them?
I heard them talking. She said she's going to kill my father.
Villains! I will deal with them forthwith!
I know that one.
But... I want to get to know her too.
I see. If that is your desire, then I shall stand aside.
All right then. Let's talk, you and I. Lots. But, who's the ancient-looking and articulate machine?
If I look ancient, it is because I am. This has been my vessel for no less than 380 years.
Vessel?
Otis is my friend. When I was hungry and sad, he came and looked after me. He cooks for me and teaches me all kinds of things. Like how to read and write and not be noticed by dangerous creatures.
This machine cooks for you?
And teaches you about fiends. What is he exactly?
Ah! How remiss of me. I had neglected to introduce myself. Sir Otis Valona, Lord Captain of the Royal Knights of Alexandria. At your service.
You're Captain of the Knights?
Different from other machines. Sorry.
And there I thought it was Gululja with whom you wish to speak. Not that I'm averse to taking a walk down memory lane. But ere I regale you, we must take our repast.
A meal. Here. I hate to turn down food, but I'd prefer to have this conversation in the back room.
please. I'm really hungry.
All right, all right. A riposte it is.
Took very little to convince her.
She's going to spoil her nephew silly. I'll send word to Erenville so the others can stop worrying.
Now, if I might prevail upon your assistance, I shall whip up my most delectable specialty.
So, my new friends, I would enlist your aid in procuring the ingredients for our repast. After all, the most enjoyable meals are those we make together. We are happy to pitch in, of course. What ingredients do you have in mind? First, some yam and pumpkin. The people of the outskirts should be willing to share their harvest, if you and Guluja would go and speak to them. Sure, I'll ask for the cast-offs as well as usual. As for Tuck and Alicia, I would be obliged if you could procure some woolback meat. The creatures can be found grazing on the slopes outside of town. As beef is less readily available, their flesh makes for a good substitute, and that of the younger ones especially, as it is more tender and less gamey. Consider it done. We'll be back with the meat before you know it. Thank you kindly. In the meantime, I shall see to the other preparations. Okay. Off to hunt. Oh. This is brick for brick Alexandria as I know it. Say, why don't we make a contest out of it? Whoever delivers the meat first is the winner. I would say you need to stop making competition out of everything, especially because you know I'll win. Let this dude get his young bull back first. Alright. What's this? Am I to understand that you have already procured the meat? Good heavens, you have and such a choice cut it is besides. Plain you know how to handle yourself in battle. Were it 400 years ago, I would have recruited you to the Royal Knights. Once our pay brings her portion, we shall have a glorious bounty to satisfy growing younglings like yourselves. Indeed, I expect there to be ample leftovers to share with the good folk of the Drift Towns. They always appreciate a warm meal. Now, seeing as you have already completed your task so quickly, I have another request to make of you. We have exhausted our supplies of kindly electrope, and I should be grateful if you could search the houses yonder for more. In the Old Kingdom, electro rations were used to each citizen, while small fragments may still be found here and there. If you can obtain 5 pieces, say at least one ought to be what we require. That is, the kind that converts lightning to fire. Guluja can identify them by their secretary, so pray take them to him. the boy has become quite deft at discerning electric types, and in a very short time, I might add. Now, off you go and happy forwarding. If this is the night theme for Evolution 9, you know that meme with the guy playing the piano on fire? That's how it sounds. Like, that's literally how the theme sounds to me right now. Audie says you have electro for me? Wow, you found a lot. Let's see, this one creates wind, this one is for water. You can tell just like that? I'm impressed. Clever, isn't he? I'll bet he got it from his father. Ah, this is it. This converts to fire. It's absorbed lots of lighting, so we should be able to kindle a flame easily. Thank you, Tolkien. Thanks for your kind assistance. We have everything we need for our repast. You have done your part, and now I shall do mine. I bid you relax, my friends. The meal will soon be served. The kind of things families do, like Lulja. Have meals together and talk about what's on our minds. So you ate with your father? Yes, with them and my brothers. It was mostly the head of Resolve and I doing the talking, though. Conan and the head of Reason occasionally joined in, and Soralja spoke when he was spoken to. Said that you have two papas. Does that mean one is yours and the other is my father's? No, both are our father. He is what people call blessed siblings, a Mamulja with two heads. Soralja is his true-born child, while Koana and I were adopted and don't share the same blood. But that doesn't make us any less of a family. What matters is that our hearts are connected. The head of Resolve told me that. Family. You have someone like that too? You think is family even though you don't share the same blood? That's a good question. What about you? I do, and they're very dear to me. I'd like to meet them one day. So, Gulja, I'm hoping that we could be family, you and I. Won't you tell me about yourself? You really want to know about me? I do. I want to know all about you. Things you love, things you hate, anything and everything. I want to know all about you too. That reminds me, we're hoping to hear your story too, Otis. As you wish. Be forewarned that mine is a tale that we be long in recounting. It was before lightning had altered the world that I was appointed Lord Captain of the Royal Knights. We're talking hundreds of years prior to the calamity, right? Indeed. Earlier still than when I assumed this mechanical form. 454 years ago, to be precise. Then you used to be a normal person? Oh, yes. I was once flesh and blood like you, and I proudly served as a knight of Alexandria. So rather than a machine that behaves like a person, you are an actual person? How is this possible? It's only natural that you're confused. Hear my tale to the end, and all shall become clear. The foremost duty of the royal knights was the protection of the royal family. In my time, that was their majesties the king and queen, and their only child, her highness the princess. By then, every nation of our star was embroiled in some manner of conflict over Elcrope. Thus was her kingdom drawn into a war with its neighbor. That war was a catalyst for the great calamity that altered the environment. Countless countrymen lost their lives amid the chaos, the king and queen among them. For a blessing, we were able to protect the princess, who then rose to the occasion and brought hope to her people in those trying times. So kind-hearted was our young queen that at her behest, we even took in refugees from the enemy nation. But sadly, her reign was cut short. Like many others, her body had been ravaged by lightning, and one day she collapsed and passed away. Tragic. Aye, nary was there a citizen whose eyes remained dry, and many a moon was spent constructing a great tomb worthy of her memory. Yet I clung to hope still, for while Her Majesty was on her deathbed, the kingdom's finest scientists have successfully extracted her soul. Did we hear that right? Extracted her soul? Our flesh may wither and die, but so long as we are remembered, we may live on. This age-old belief has always comforted our people, but as casualties mounted in the wake of the calamity, we sought to make it into reality through the power of Electro. In time, we succeeded in developing the means to preserve the soul, and it was used to spare the Queen eternal death. Yet it wasn't enough to simply prevent the soul's departure, for the ultimate goal was to recreate the person as they were in life, and this required that their memories be further extracted from their soul. It took many more years of research to make this possible, by which time I had become a grey old man. With my days numbered, I did not hesitate to volunteer myself as a test subject for the procedure. So it was that I attained this vessel, and by my successful rebirth, I paved the way for those who are recreated from the memories of the departed. The Endless, they are called. If your tale is true, then the queen that your people brought back to life? Wouldn't be Sphene, wouldn't it? Oh, so you know Her Majesty as well. A description of her boundless kindness must have paled in comparison to what you no doubt felt in her presence. I haven't met her myself, I confess. Not since assuming my current form. I don't want to frighten the living daylights out of her. Endless. So, all this time Sphene wasn't alive? She lives, yet she does not. It is admittedly a difficult distinction to make. Having inherited the memories of a departed soul, an Endless feels, thinks, and acts precisely as that person would. In that sense, I believe they are alive. The Alexandrians know about this, right? It can't have gone unnoticed that Sphene is so youthful. No one really knows about the Endless. People who were regulators don't even think about death. Everyone sees that the Queen doesn't change, but they just accept it. To them, it's just what she is. Are there endless apart from yourselves? Well, there should be as many endless as those who have died. I believe they are limited in where they can exist. Fiend is unique in her ability to appear before you. Strictly speaking, I myself am not an endless. They are created using memories extracted from a soul, but my entire soul was placed inside a machine. Being inside a machine makes you different how? While I do not understand the finer points, my life is bound to this vessel. If it breaks down, then it will be over for me, much like a being of flesh and blood. Hardly an endless and changing life, I'm sure you'll agree. An endless and changing life. Can't help but be reminded of the... Kakia and the others know about this? Since fifth during their extensive intelligence gathering, I'd be surprised if they didn't. For now, let's share what we learned with Kryl and Raha. I can't help but have misgivings about it.
Nahe, is that you?
Good gods, Ellen Nespia! It's been too long, my friend. Where have you been all these years? What have you been doing with yourself? Hold on. They say Queen Sphene has guests from outside the barrier. That's you, I gather?
It seems so. I'm looking for my mother. Do you know where she is?
Your mother? Sorry, but what was she like again?
What? It's Kafkiwa. You know, the one who was too adventurous by half? Who journeyed with the Dawn Servant?
It's not ringing any bells.
You can't be serious. Ours was a tiny little village. Surely you remember her.
I really don't. It's all a blank.
Is anyone else here from the village?
Hey!
Huh? Ellen Nespia?
I'm looking for Kafkiwa. Where is she?
What's this all of a sudden? Who's Kafkiwa?
This cannot be. The memories of the departed are taken away. No.
Nespia, where are you? The others will be here soon, so hurry back, won't you? Do you hear me? Say something, would you?
Although the mood became a tad subdued at the end, I thoroughly enjoyed our pass together. We did too, Otis. Hear about the Endless was something of a shock, but we likewise enjoyed your company. Above all, I'm glad that you and I could talk, Lucia. We're going to get along great. I just know it. You think so? I'm happy for you, my boy. Now, I presume you will return to Everkeep. Permit me to accompany you at least a part of the way. About Finn. Doesn't matter to me if she's an endless, whether she's alive like you or me or not. I've seen enough to know she has a good heart. What worries me is the burden she bears. I still don't know what it is. I expect there are things she can't tell us, not with Soralja watching, but at the very least I'd like to know what the endless are to her. Sorry, I didn't mean to delay us. I just felt the urge to share my thoughts with you. Oh, on the way back, let's make a quick stop at the Drift Downs. I want to tell Tapu on how it went. I feel... Ah, you are returned. Were you able to find Guluja? We were, thanks to you. All's well with the boy. I'm relieved to hear that. And to know that he has family who worries for him. Guluja too must be glad. I hope so. I'll try not to rush or force anything though. It's for him to decide what I am to him. Oh, what a pleasant surprise it is to meet you in these parts. Finn, what are you doing here? Seeing my people. Are you doing the same, perchance? I suppose we are, yes. Listen, there's something we'd like to talk to you about. Would you have a word in private? So you know about the Endless. While we may not discuss it openly, my people have surely noticed that I haven't changed for hundreds of years. I have made no attempt to conceal my nature. Let me ask though, who was it that told you about the Endless? Only a few should be familiar with the concept. I'm afraid I can't say. I bear no ill will towards this Mr. Individual, lest that be your concern. I'm merely curious. Tell me, Miss Finn, you care for your people, that much is plain. And I assume you care for the Endless too. Earlier in Everkeep, there was something you wanted to tell us. Was it to do with them? The Endless are as dear to me as my living citizens. They are as much my family. But they can only be sustained by meeting certain exacting requirements. Thus far we've managed to do so, but with more people die, I fear we will be pushed beyond our limit. Preservation demands vast amounts of energy. Energy? I don't understand the workings of it all, but is there something we can do to help? And would you be willing to become Alexandrian citizen? What? I have my nation, my people to protect. I can just become Alexandrian. Indeed, I suppose you cannot. First, you tell us you to make peace, then you want us to go home. What exactly is it that you want? The same as you, of course. Protect my people. Is there something only Soralja can do? That I cannot say. I do not ask that you understand or like me, but I wish... Wish we had been born on the same side of it. Hey, what do you mean by that? Wait, Bean! Damn it. Well, I think we've kept everyone waiting long enough. Let's continue on to Upkeep. And let's not tell Otis about our conversation with Finn. I don't want to risk causing him pain.
Why don't you come with us? You might get to see Sphing.
And that is a hell of a guy she has on his...
Tis a magnanimous and much appreciated offer, but I must decline. A part of me longs for an audience with Her Majesty, it is true. Yet, though it be in my previous life, I failed to protect my queen. I couldn't bear to show my face before her. And such an uncomely one besides.
All right. If that's how you feel, we won't force you. But rest assured, we'll visit with Kululja, and we hope you'll cook for us again.
It would be my pleasure. You are welcome to bring other comrades should you so desire. The more the merrier.
I've been looking all over for you.
Nostalgia, was it? What's the matter?
It's Zeralja. He marches to Vanguard.
So he's done waiting. But why weren't we alerted sooner?
Our transmissions are being jammed. The lookouts couldn't get through to us. Wayakwe is at Vanguard too, but I can't reach her. Oh, what are we to do?
Stay calm. Kafkiwa has yet to be alerted, yes? Take her to the back room as fast as you can.
Our link pearls may still work. I'll try contacting those in Tuliolo.
Otis, I need you to keep Kululja safe.
You needn't ask.
I want to go with you.
Absolutely not. A battle's no place for you.
Kululja, the people of the outskirts must be evacuated. For this crucial task, I require your assistance. Remember, when battle is at hand, anything can happen. Caution is as valuable as any blade.
Yes, sir.
I managed to get hold of Alphano. He'll inform Kona.
Good. How's the situation in Tulichola?
There's nothing to worry about. Or so my brother assured me. With such short notice, though, I doubt they'll be fully prepared.
They'll be ready, I'm sure of it. The vow of reason is not to be underestimated. I'm coming, Zeralja. And we will finish this once and for all.
This is the moment of truth. I have to hold Soralja here. I know exactly how to do that. Heck yeah, I'm ready. Let's do this. Before we get going, I have a request to make of you. When we confront Soralja, you must let me face him alone. What? No, that's far too dangerous. Why put you at such risk if we don't have to? We have two priorities. The first is to hold Soralja within the dome and protect Uliolal. Second is to free Oyakwe if she's been captured. To make sure we succeed, I need to play the worthy foe for Soralja. If I come at him with help, he'll likely lose interest and proceed with his attack on the city. That's why it needs to be a duel. Even if Uliolal is better prepared this time, it's true that it would be best to avoid another battle. And failing that, it might at least weaken Soralja. Rest assured that I'm not going into this without a strategy. Our time in the dome has given us invaluable insights into Alexandrian culture. The use of regulators for one. Equal to Soralja's strength. Then you mean to... That's right. If I destroy his regulator, he'll be unable to draw upon souls. We'll see how much he wants a duel after that. So, will you leave Soralja to me? Nothing the Vol resolve can handle. Thank you, Salvin. It's true that this is your fight, and how you choose to handle it is your decision. But if we see you struggling or Soralja attempts to call upon his minions, we will go to your aid. Fair enough. Knowing you'll be there, I can give it my all. Together with Kona, I'll keep Uliolal safe.
Soralja!
Hello.
You disappoint me, Uklamat. We are foes, yet you had my admiration for defeating Father and claiming the throne. But instead of coming for me, you gallivant with the resistance. Do I intimidate you?
I am here, brother. I did not run, nor hide. I have come to kill you. Let her go. Your quarrel is with me.
And will you settle it one-on-one, or call upon all and sundry yet again? Not that it would make any difference.
No. Like Papa did, I'll face you alone.
Really? You believe you stand a chance? Have you forgotten how it ended with Father?
I remember you couldn't win without relying on other people's souls. Alone, I may be weak, but so are you.
So be it. Do not regret your decision. Release her.
Oh, thank you. Oh, I thought I was done for.
Don't!
That was low.
Had you let her die, you could have dealt me a telling blow. Your compassion will be the end of you.
I'm not letting anyone else die. And you will never surpass Papa.
But I have. With these very hands, I slew him.
His body may be gone, but his spirit lives on, in us.
The Yokui's delusion is catching, I see.
It's no delusion. Papa's love for Tulihyola gives me strength even now. Ah! Come, let's get this over with. For my people and Sphinx.
How gullible you are! All of this is Fiend's doing. Her objective is to harvest all life outside the barrier. Our interests happen to align, hence our alliance.
Liar! Sphinx would never do that!
The King of Resolve speaks the truth.
How did she...
The attack on Taral was no less my desire than Zeralja's.
You said you wanted none of this. It was a farce from the very start.
Yes, I used you.
So it was all just a lie then? What you said about loving your people as family? About wanting to see them smile?
I do this for them. For what it's worth, I'm sorry I deceived you. But I had no choice. If I'm to save my people, I must take the lives of yours.
Behold, Wuklamat, the benevolent Queen's Fiend. An illusion that orchestrated a massacre.
Endless, or machine, or whatever you are now, you bear the memories of the person you once were. You should still have a heart. When you speak of slaughtering my people, do you feel nothing?
Nothing is dearer to me than my people. It matters not whether they are living or endless. As Queen, I will do anything to protect them. If it were you, could you have found another way? With your strength, could you have held fast to that which is dear without sacrifice?
What exactly do you seek to do? What are you protecting your people from?
You waste your words. There is no turning back. Is this the strength that the love of Tulihyola lends you? A weak ruler walks a path of ruin. Tell me, which of us is worthy of their throne?
will never be you! As long as you think only of yourself, you'll never be worthy. You'll never surpass Father or me! You can't rely on souls anymore. It's over.
Don't think you've won yet. Oh no, far from it. Give the order to the fleet. Raise Tuli-Yulol to the ground and harvest every last soul! It is over for Tuli-Yulol. Your works, your people, all will be ash before the day is done.
Don't tell me you've forgotten. I'm not the only Dawn's servant.
They're coming!
Well, come on then, you 10 bastards.
If I didn't know better, I'd say you're enjoying yourself.
I'm Head Sauro. Nothing gets a hunter's blood pumping like a little danger.
Well now, it seems we have that in common. I haven't felt this alive in a good while.
The spirit. We promised Valkona we deliver him a mountain of scrap, and I'm not about to let these hollow men make a liar out of me.
Hey kid, the ones below are yours.
You got it. Wait, what do you mean below? Don't see that every day.
Sporting, and this despite our best efforts to thin the enemy ranks. While it's not quite what we had planned, I'm glad we chose to remain in Tural. As am I. 'Twas an unexpected but welcome opportunity to join in the defense of this realm. And to his credit, Kona did ask very nicely. Still, it's a pity his brother had to delay our pleasure jaunt. But business always comes first.
Come no closer, you bastards!
That was a near thing. Are you all right?
You...
Saved your life. Yes, I know. Don't squander it.
I never thought you, of all people, would come to my rescue. Bakul Chacha. Thank you.
Oh, still rings odd in my ears. The thank yous. But I could get used to it.
Right. We're not done yet.
You almost roll for an old man.
We're holding our own against their infantry. What of that monstrosity and its escort? If they start bombarding us with cannon fire, we'll have no means of fighting back.
Worry not. We have a countermeasure.
We do? Oh.
Bleeding dragon!
It does kind of owe us one.
What in the Navigator's name is it doing here?
Tuliyolol has entered into an alliance with Rads at Khan. A wise and timely decision on Valkona's part.
Ooh. I know the sound.
Right in the nick. Tuliyolol shall never forget this debt. We will hold out, Lamachi. So keep your eyes forward and do what only you can do. Finish this and return home safe and sound.
Report from the fleet. The enemy has offered unexpected resistance. We've been forced to withdraw.
Useless. All of you.
Stop!
Your Majesty.
Enough of this! Enough! You swore you wouldn't harm my people!
Out of my way.
Have you gone mad?
When the army fails in its duty, it is the charge of the King of Resolve to clean up its mess. To achieve victory by any means necessary. Zoralja to Everkeep. Initiate Court Blood.
What?
Execute all civilians and commandeer their souls.
No!
Damn you!
Stop! Please, Father, stop!
Kululcha! I told you not to come!
Kululcha?
You must flee, Kululja! It isn't safe!
I'm not going anywhere! I have to stop my father!
I am not your father.
Let him go!
Using a child as a shield. Have you no shame?
Release him at once, or you shall answer to me!
Pitiful relic. Kneel before your king.
Oh no.
Otis? What's wrong?
Find me at the top of Everkeep. There, we will determine who is fit to rule.
I must protect them.
Must hurry back to Everkeep. Ravalja thinks nothing of others' lives. He will kill his own people. And Cesar will have to face a good part of his army with daughters among them. But I'll take care. Are you ready? As long as you don't make me fight as someone else.
have no more use for you. Be gone.
Father, wait! Father! Otis, Hamachi, you have to stop him. You have to.
What have you done?
Sveen, can't you order them to stand down?
The King of Resolve holds military authority. I cannot overrule his commands.
If there's something you can do, then do it! Your crimes are beyond forgiveness, but your people are innocent.
I deceived you all, and still... The talk can wait. When you said that you wanted to protect your people, I trust you weren't lying.
Of course not! There's nothing I wouldn't do for them!
Then let's split up and get to work.
Do what you can do.
Please, everyone! Lend me your strength!
Right, let's deal with these ones first.
There are still those we can save! We keep moving!
have no souls left. If I get killed again, I'm still alive. I'm still alive. Oh. Thank you for coming to save us. It's such a relief to see your majesty's unharmed. We endure that. We'll try to get to safety before more of them come.
Looks like that does it for this area.
Look, the King's forces are on the move. There are still civilians on Trueview.
Well, we can't leave the wounded. Let's divide into 2 groups. Kryl, Raha, please stay here and render aid. The rest of us will go and deal with the machines.
All right. Otis, you've got to wake up.
Otis?
Oh. Oh, Jesus.
Damn it! How do we bring him to his senses?
If he still remembers me, then perhaps.
Right, he's deactivated. It should be safe to approach.
Yeah.
Otis! No! I remember you, Otis, so please remember yourself. You're a proud knight of Alexandria, a man who lives to serve the kingdom and its subjects.
Oh boy.
Otis!
Pray, stand back, Your Majesty. I am Sir Otis Bologna, Lord Captain of the Royal Knights of Alexandria. Upon mine honor, you shall harm neither my fair queen nor our citizens! Apologies for the trouble I caused. So long as this body holds, I shall fight with you. Tis but a flesh wound.
It's building up energy. Have care.
Okay. Ah. That is way too much.
Not good. At this rate.
Upon mine honor, we shall weather this storm. Now, lay the fiend low. Should it cost me my life?
Otis. Thank you, Lord Captain, for the delicious repast, for everything.
The old units do not have regulators. Their souls cannot be recovered. He is gone. The Otis who so valiantly fought for us. I'm truly grateful for your help. Would that I had the time to thank you properly. But I'm afraid I cannot linger. There are urgent duties I must perform.
Hey, wait!
Is everyone all right?
We're fine, but Otis is...
So he's the one who was looking after Galulja.
Thanks to you, Solution 9 has been spared the worst. But the situation on the other levels is grim. We're currently assessing the full extent of the casualties. In the meantime, could you help us treat the wounded?
Damn it, what is Soralja trying to achieve by slaughtering his own people? The bent on surpassing Papa is clear. But why this massacre? I don't understand. Right now we can only guess at his intent, but his obsession must be strong indeed to endure after 30 years. But now isn't the time to ponder such things. People need our help. I've been thinking, by wearing regulators, the people of Alexandria have been spared the fear of death. That's because the device not only resurrects you, it also erases your memories of the departed. The very notion of dying would have become vague if not forgotten. Be killed over and over? I can't imagine how traumatized the survivors must be. Even if they're not physically hurt, they will still need care. At a time like this, the citizens need their queen to console them, but where has she gone? I don't know. There are other districts, so perhaps she's checking on them. In any case, it's too much for her to handle alone. Countless people will be distraught, and we have to provide them with what comfort we can. So, Katya and her crew tend to those with physical injuries. Let's seek out those whose wounds are emotional. Understood. If you and Toki want to concentrate on Trevue, the rest of us will see to the other areas. Sounds like a plan. Alright, everyone. We'll meet up in the back room after. It's over? Still alive? Thank goodness. Makes no sense. Why did the king have to destroy our lives like this? Give us back our peace. Give us out of your damn war. Never have I been so scared in my life. I died in an accident before, but it was nothing compared to this. Be killed again and again and again. It was a living nightmare. And King Soralja was behind, did you say? He suddenly appeared. He's done nothing good for us. It's only a war. Order more soldiers be produced, and now he unleashes them on us. He's no king of mine. He's a murderer, and someone needs to make him pay. Thank you. I'm alright, I think. Say, you were fighting with Queen Sphene, weren't you? Are the rumors true then? That Her Majesty isn't a living person. Her actual body cells were in the cloud or some such, and used a special power to appear before us. I always wondered why the Alexandrians never questioned her true nature, but now I think I understand why. Personally fought to protect us. That's enough for me to know she's a worthy ruler. It doesn't matter what she is. Seems things are somewhat under control. Well, Alice and the others are still out there. Couldn't help but worry about Guluja. Hasn't uttered a word. No wonder given his ordeal. I'm going to talk to him about everything. Right as he is, there's no use hiding it. He'd eventually find out and it'd hurt him more. Very well. Above all, he needs to know that he isn't alone. Make your own child suffer so. Can't comprehend their heartlessness. And why haven't you spoken to Renville about what really happened? Where is Renville?
Are you all right, Guluja?
Lots of people are dead because of my father, aren't they?
That's...
And Otis. He's gone too, isn't he?
I'm sorry.
My father is a bad man. That's why you're going to kill him, aren't you?
Oh, sweetheart. Look.
Forget it. I don't care anymore.
Listen to me, Guluja. You're right. We're going to confront your father. He invaded Tulihyolal and hurt my people. As vow of resolve, it's my duty to bring him to justice.
Don't you think of him as family anymore?
After the attack, I was filled with rage. I told myself over and over that he's no brother of mine. But it isn't so simple. No matter what I feel or say, all those years I spent striving to live up to his example, they won't just disappear. What's more, it's because we're family that we have to correct each other when someone goes astray. That's why I must confront my brother, like your grandfather did, even though it cost him his life.
But Otis is gone now. If my father was gone too, then I'd have no one.
What are you saying, Guluja? Take a look around.
You have us, Guluja. All of us. We'll be with you. Through thick and thin. You're not alone. You'll never be alone again.